We are local.
The international community is observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export, we are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Brain Builders Youth Development Initiative in Abuja has launched a report on technology, artificial intelligence, and civic engagement in Africa, revealing that Nigeria hosts more than 80 of the nearly 300 civic technology platforms identified across Africa. Programs Director of Brain Builders Youth Development Initiative, Halima Olufade, said despite Nigeria's leadership in civic technology, most platforms still have limited use of artificial intelligence tools. The report also revealed that only 49 of the civic technology products surveyed across Africa were genuinely AI-driven, according to the organization. Mobile phones, SMS, and USSD platforms remain the most accessible civic engagement tools for millions of Africans without reliable internet access.
Nigeria and across Africa. We write your AI digital strategies with citizens at the center. Stop treating technology as an end in itself. Name the structural problems that limit participation, such as inequality, exclusion, distrust, weak institutions, and address them directly. To civic technology developers, design for the citizens you actually have, not the citizens you wish you had. Build for SMS and USSD as deliberately as you build for the web. Localize. The most beautiful dashboard is worthless if it cannot reach the people whose life it is meant to improve. To donors and development partners, fund the unfashionable work. Digital literacy programs do not photograph as well as launch events. Policy advocacy moves more slowly than product development. But without these foundations, civic technology stays a parade of pilots that never scale. Invest in the boring work that makes the exciting work possible.
Director of the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, Dr. Elizabeth Douglas, said Nigeria's recent global recognition in digital governance shows the country's growing role in promoting transparency and citizen partnership through technology. She, however, called for stronger government partnership with young
Good morning and welcome to your favorite weekend show on Signature TV, New Day. Today is the second day of August 2026 and today promises to be interesting, engaging, educative, so you might want to stick around. Of course, you can engage with us online across all social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and of course TikTok and the rest of them at Signature TV Official. We are live 247 on SLTV channel 265 and on Free TV. I am your host, Signaturetv. Don't go anywhere. Up next is newspaper headlines and review. Stay with us. And if you're just joining us, this is New Day and welcome to newspaper headlines and review. First up, Sunday Independent. It says, on 2027, political parties in the shadow of personalities, and above the mast, sanitizing the bench. Burden NJC must bear to save judiciary, according to lawyers, with riders say there should be no place for erring judges and insist independent body, not executive, should appoint judges and CJN as Chief Justice of Nigeria. Moving on, how NIIRA 2025 is engineering new era for Nigerian insurance on page 5 of Sunday Independent. And finally, how opposition can defeat APC in 2027. According to stakeholders, with riders say they should forge strong unity and alliance. Next up, Sunday Vanguard. Above the mast, on 2027, INEC displays Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, and others' credentials. President omits primary, secondary school qualifications on page 6. Still above the mast, regrets over Vice President. I clothed, fed you, Atiku fires back at Obasanjo on page 7. Below the Sunday Vanguard mast, on judicial rascality, CSOs, lawyers weigh in, demand crackdown on erring judges. Page 9 of Sunday Vanguard, and of course, with riders, 5 controversial judgments the judiciary has surrounded or rather judiciary has surrendered to government, coming from Babachi Lawal, page 6. On entertainment, Teniola says, I'm strict when it comes to dating, page 19. Ondo Assembly crisis worsens as 24 of 26 lawmakers back Speaker's removal, page 7. On page 8, building own political structure was Fubara's grave mistake, coming from Wike. And on Igbo and general elections, Umahi under attack over anti-Obi comment on page 8. Lagos residents battle council chairman over refuse hips on roads and floods, page 4. Nigeria, 29 others face new $20,000 visa bond as Washington cracks down on overstays, page 6. And finally on page 27, why we are mobilizing for Tinubu's re-election by BTO house-to-house network. Over to Sunday Punch. Above the mast, on 2027, INEC releases candidates lists. Jonathan Nwoko Goje missing, page 3, or rather page 5. More heat on Atiku as APC backs Obasanjo. Ex-president can't stop my 2027 ambition, coming from former VP, page 3. Middle of Sunday Punch mast on presidency rebukes Catholic bishops after Onayekon's outbursts, page 3, with riders, bishops not sole custodians of Nigeria's conscience, coming from Tinubu's aides, and too few people telling president the truth, according to the bishop. Still on politics, Fubara's biggest loser in Rivers crisis, according to Wike, on page 7 of Sunday Punch. And floods threaten 151 communities, 6.5 million Nigerians, according to the Red Cross, page 6. Why I pursued second PhD at 89, NAS fellow, Professor Mwangu, page 27. Families recount horror as bandits raid Kwara community, page 14. And on entertainment, Pele Jarvis gifted house, dollars in star-studded wedding, page 25. And finally, Morocco migrant death toll hits 67, page 29. Over to Sunday Tribune. On the state of the economy, you can't speak for all Christians, presidency tells Onayekon on page 5. With Ryder accuses him of abusing clerical privilege. Awolowo Foundation opens nominations for 2026 Leadership Prize, Sectorial Leadership Awards, page 5. Below the Sunday Tribune mast, display of candidates' records. INEC lists only varsity degree for Tinubu, page 5. With Atiku, Obi, Makinde, others provide full educational history. According to Oyebanji, why we are honoring past Ekiti governors with legacy projects, page 5. And on page 26 of Sunday Tribune, why OBJ is after me, according to Atiku, with riders, no regret standing against ex-president, he says. Reveals why he is seeking to be president. Group, Timmy Frank, ask Obasanjo to leave Atiku alone. And on page 9, Olubadon, Makinde, CCII, others mourn as Ibadan chief Leko Alabi dies at 76. And finally, on Sunday Tribune, Osun 2026 Accord, APC, ADC, DLA urge INEC to fix issues ahead of poll Parties seek INEC's clarification. The Beavers malfunctions during mock accreditation, page 30. And finally, Sunday Sun. Above the mast, Igbo youths warn opposition on threats to Obi, says nothing must happen to NDC presidential candidate, page 28. Atiku to Obasanjo, I chose Nigeria democracy over you regarding third term, page 26. Still above the mast on 2027, INEC releases details of presidential candidates, page 25. And Lagos police nab alleged kingpin of 1 billion naira vehicle theft syndicate, page 29. Below the mast, federal government tightens news on South Africa, page 25. With riders renews push for compensation over xenophobic attacks, failure to honor agreements. Renews push for compensation over xenophobic attacks and failure to honor agreements. 98 Nigerians killed in South Africa since 2022. On the lack of internal democracy, APC may soon crumble like PDP, pages 26, rather pages 20 and 21, according to ETA ex-interim chairman. Why Atiku, Obi are no threat to Tinubu. Over 80% of Buhari's staff preferred Atiku in 2023. There's no guarantee that 2027 election won't be rigged. And finally, on Sunday Sun, Japa not automatic escape from hardship. Coming from Fajano Thomas, London-based ex-broadcaster, page 3. All right, I'd like to introduce our in-house analyst, Mr. Chris Maduka. He's in the studio to lead us in the newspaper review. Good morning, Chris, and thank you for joining us again and again and again this morning.
Thank you, Dr. Chigi. And thank you for all the people who have joined us this morning. It's a little cold in Enugu.
It is. It has been cold for some time, actually.
Yeah, and of course the cold weather is getting to me. I asked somebody, so I should go and buy duvet. But that's by the way. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. Welcome to another day, a new day in Signature TV. Yes.
So I don't know, while I was reading out the headlines, did you have any news piece that struck you? I'm looking at the issue on 2027 and INEC on Sunday Vanguard. INEC displaying Tinubu Atiku will be virtually the presidential candidates, displaying their credentials. And it turns out there's an issue. President omits primary, secondary schools qualifications. What do you make of this?
You know, each time I say we have two laws in Nigeria, one for them and one for us. If 2027 is free and equal opportunity for every candidate, why the disparity? Why? Who is going to explain to Nigeria since the beginning of this process in 2023, the issue of the qualification of the incumbent president has never been answered by anybody. There were even issues about his identity, which some of us say is personal. I mean, and he's a human being, and if he has been in Nigeria for that long, having been a governor of Lagos State, it must have been established that he is from here. But then there are certain things that are basic about being a president of Nigeria. And if suddenly something cannot be explained, and I wonder why it has happening with APC, because Buhari had the same issue. Are they telling us that you have a different law for APC? What future for our democracy? So if tomorrow somebody comes, and you know how university degrees are now, there were issues about Toronto. We have had issue of Toronto several times. One time the Speaker of the Federal House of Reps was impeached because of Toronto issue. But the one that is Nigerian, that we can trace, the one that is Africa or West Africa, that we can trace, is moved out of the records and you are picking university. Anybody can be any university graduate in this 2026 era. And I'm saying this with plain truth. We have Oyewole. Nigerians built manufacture what you call authentic fraudulent documents.
You mean
Oyewole or Oluwole or whatever. There's an area in Lagos where you go there, they give you a brand new passport, a brand new certificate of any university in the globe, signed, sealed, delivered.
I often wonder
the Nigerian securities
why they have not been, cracked down on.
They've been trying to, and they're cracking down. The securities are going to crack down. What are they holding? Where did they graduate? What I'm saying is that the only thing that will even show some sanity and show that we're playing with equity is if you treat Nwambeke this way, treat Nwamboye this way, even if you have intentions. Instead of this, and we started election, that means it's already skewed before the game started. Why should articles, full details be displayed? And obese details be displayed? Why is incumbent president, with all the paraphernalia there, why are we keeping some? For who? And they're going for the same contest. And somewhere, I heard when you are reading, a newspaper here said, there is no guarantee that 2027 will not be skewed up. You know, when my mother used to say, on a decay, it means the thing is gradually
showing itself.
Because even the INEC itself has shown us different reasons. They are crying foul. The people that are supposed to be catching the foul
are crying the foul. There's also issue with beavers during the...
They did the mock. Beavers failed. That is building up. INEC did the mock accreditation, mock whatever they mocked, to mock themselves, and the thing mocked them, and to mock Nigerians, 240 million Nigerians, just to tell Nigerians, you cannot do nothing. If they think Nigerians can do anything, there are certain things you're not allowed to appear in the headlines. Thank God I'm not manufacturing headlines, because somebody would have said they paid you to do. It's Nigerian newspapers that said INEC we cannot guarantee a 2027 election. And INEC displayed the primary contestants. They kept document of some, they displayed some. And they said we are going for election that is going to appear fair, free and fair. From the beginning, what is free and fair about displaying what their qualifications? It showed it's already skewed. And of course, Nigeria know things has been skewed. But when it becomes too obvious and nobody cares about it, what future are we building? There's certain things that are blatant, so direct. It's not joining and nobody cares to explain. It means it's all walkover. So why are we wasting so much budget? You know, when Nigerians settle, when Nigerians, I tell you, deceive themselves a lot. If we have found out this has played out over time, why don't you make a sitting government 80 years? And the person will go. We spent 309 billion, the one they put on paper. Whatever followed, nobody knows, to deliver 2023 election. With his work. Another more than that will be put up, and Nigeria will cry. So many people can eat once a week. Chigi, this is this bad. So many people in Nigeria cannot eat one meal a week. I watched an interview on one of the channels in Nigeria, Global TV. A northerner was crying. The people in the north now eat grass that they used to feed the goats and the cattle to survive. And the person was as passionate as I crying. What? And this budget will be put again for INEC. Why are we doing to these tenor things that doesn't work? Why don't you allow somebody to sit down there? Whatever we see in 8 years, we take. Those who will die, will die. Of course, many have died. They won't see 2027. And so many will not see 2031 or whatever they... Why don't we think about these things? Because this, what are we doing that we're killing ourselves? If somebody gets there, if you're going to stay 8 years, everybody will close eye.
Whatever you think, because the winner takes it all. Instead of going on an equal play, it's not equal. A sitting governor, a sitting president, a sitting local government chairman will go to the polls with somebody like me. Some of them have access to fund even elections with their money, the money of the state.
Yeah.
And we say we are in this same country. Some of them have come up now. You cannot campaign in their state without paying 200 million. I will say to who? Who did they pay 200 million to stay in that position? Nigeria is going into flames, and so soon it will blow. And the people are keep putting fire on it. One day, some people will say, to hell, this is not acceptable. So many things. One governor put 150 million, another put 200 million, another will come up to one and put 300 million for opposition parties to even put flyers in their
and billboards.
I mean, God, what is this? We say democracy. This is not democracy, Chigi. And God will hear my voice. Nigeria is building towards destruction. We clearly tell ourselves lies. Things we know doesn't work. How many National Assembly people believe in this Nigerian democracy? If it's not rat race, dog, chop dog, whoever has more access, connection, gets. Look at primaries, party primaries they've organized. They've not even come out to tell the members of the party the result. They expect them to see it on INEC portal. If you manage to your name appear, you go and then begin. Up till now, some of them don't know who has won for House of Assembly, Federal House, who has won nothing. And they're all sitting there. The same crucible cooked all Nigerian politicians. Some people may say a few exceptions here. Take them away. If you have 98% of the same crucible cooked, what will the 2%? What will they do? Look at it. This morning, beautiful Sunday morning, look at the headlines of Nigeria. And the world is reading it with us. And hoping they will bring their money in here. When they know your democracy doesn't have a process. What is the guarantee that if somebody brings billions of dollars to invest here, that somebody will not stand up tomorrow and say, I don't believe in this mess, and scatter everything? When there's no process, nobody will believe you. We are deceiving ourselves, and that's why we are borrowing. Then we willingly borrow, because continue on, whether you like it or not, only one or chog. Whatever time, you must pay World Bank their money, IMF, whoever borrowed you. Whether a big 38, big 1, big 70. You borrow money, you pay. Whatever you do with it, now you sabi. So they're not even interested. This is why we are crying here. They didn't beg you to come and borrow. They're in business. And their business is to borrow people money. And they don't go, there's no free meal anywhere. They are not charity. So if Nigeria decide to borrow the future of all their great future grandchildren, as you want to make your mouth, you lie on it. What I'm saying here, that politics without conscience is totally satanic. It won't take us anywhere, no development. Everybody is pursuing whatever he can get. So with this rat race, any opportunity anybody gets in Nigeria, he gets corrupt. No process. Appoint somebody to as PPA to PA, he will want to maximize that opportunity to get rich. Because everything in Nigeria will encourage him to do so. Chingy, I don't know. This one they're talking about, most Nigerians that have jackpot. Somebody was telling the newspaper, jackpot is not. If you jackpot, you go and work. If you're lucky to find one, but at least you can wake up and think about where to work. Hunger. It's only somebody who is alive that will suffer hunger. Check the number of Nigerians who have died of hunger and hardship in Nigeria, who have died under terrorism and banditry. What is their future? Nothing. They've gone. So the ones that are alive, you are telling them, one of them, all those ones who are comfortable, Jackpot is not the end. That one, I saw that one, but I don't want to give attention to it. My issue is this leg? Now I'm going to take rich on my. It's common display. Did you hear that in other countries? That when Trump was coming, they displayed that for all those oppositions. They say, no, for the sitting incumbent who is contesting. No, we decide how to treat him. Did you hear that? Even in some local, all these African countries, you don't hear things you hear in Nigeria. And the world is looking at Nigeria as deceptively deceiving themselves, thinking that, but it's not working out. That's why they're laughing. Nobody wants to help. Nigeria is one of the most richest, resourceful countries who decide to waste all opportunities of their life. And we deceive ourselves. What the problem is that Ebile, you can't kill Ebile. Allow Ebile to go. You say Ebile must be part of, so that he will succumb to these excesses of megalomaniac peeps who call themselves politicians. This is dangerous. I don't know. Now this my voice I get to talk about it, analyze it. I'm not even analyzing what is happening because only newspaper is there I should analyze, and that's what I'm doing. Okay? So that is it.
So Chris, you've passionately said a lot of things that actually make sense when you begin to think about it. And I want to point out something again. Still on Sunday Vanguard, this particular minister has been in the news for all controversial issues. I'm talking about the Minister for Works, David Umahi. So Igbo and general elections, Umahi under attack over anti-Obi comment on page 8. What do you make of all these things? I was thinking that at this point he should be quiet and introspective, given all the negative publicity and controversial issues surrounding him. But he's here doing what he knows how to do best. What do you make of it?
I think that the Igbo proverb that said, whoever has eaten his brother for dinner has gone to bed on empty stomach. Only living 1 year when Ola. Whether it's Obi that eating 1 year to sleep, whether it's Umahi, whether it's Soludo, they have all gone to bed on empty stomach, because what I'm saying is general. I don't care. If you are APC member and I am NDC member and you want to talk on issues, you have a party that has been in power for 3.5 years. You have facts to bring me down and say I cannot match this achievement. I will listen to you. But if Chigi is coming and I am sitting working with incumbent government up to the minister, federal minister of works, who has data of road tiring, what you are doing, you can use to push your government agenda. So my issue becomes, Obi should come for a fight. Let's stage a fight on Signature TV. I will beat Obi, hands down, blue, black, center. He's this, he's this. What are you making out of it? Is that politics? Politics should be played, even father. But in fairness, even father and mother, he has actually called out Obi for a debate. That is what I'm saying. What is debate? Is it national debate? Why is it? Has he called Atiku for a debate? Why are you starting with Obi? Exactly. Have you called other people who have indicated interest? Sell your government. Leave people alone. If they go to the pools, you have control of Federal Ministry of Works. Even your principal have control of National Assembly. Both the Senate, the Green and the Red Chambers. You have control of all the state governors and the Federal Capital Territory. Why is Obi your problem? Primary focus. Why are you not focusing on what your government has done? And that's why I keep shouting here. The people working with Atiku, the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Jagaban, GCFR, Commander-in-Chief of Nigeria, have marketed him. So what they do now, because they know they failed to market themselves, they are looking for fight. And putting, stumps at the wheels of progress of democracy. It's better you go to pool and you didn't win, you come back. But it will be so difficult to believe that it's people are fighting physically, showing you that making sure this process doesn't work. It's only in Nigeria it works that way. And let me tell you, I'm not trying to profile anything. How many Northerners have you seen coming blank in government, I'm not talking about people in government of the day, APC. How many of them have attacked Atiku for pushing even against zoning to come on the ticket of the ADC? How many people, I don't know, why. That's why most people say the Igbos, I am an Igbo man, have their good sides, but some of their bad sides are the ones working against them. There's nothing we should, because if you give out to your brother, the next person won't bring you close, because if you can do this to your brother, if you have opportunity, like Tony Montana said, you pay me, I'll enjoy cutting Americans for fun. So imagine when you pay me a little dollar to do so, I'll cut them real bad. So then we tell you, that's what in the film, he was a film that so that people would think. But I'm saying, if anybody sees that you can deal with your brother so mercilessly in the open,
you'll be avoided.
They will only use you to deal with your brother. When it comes close, they will push you too far. Ask Kenneth Okonkwo.
Interestingly, so I have this news item here that is a little bit of a relief. It says Lagos residents battle council chairman over refuse heaps and roads, and of course refuse heaps on roads, and of course the floodings. So we have come to the point where we know the right people to battle, because usually anything happens at the grassroots, they're calling the governors, they're calling the president. But now we see residents holding council chairman, accountable. What do you think?
They're getting somewhere, but it's not solving any problem. If you see the video of the streets of this particular local government, every street, land demarcations, those road demarcations, are packed from the beginning of the street to the end with dumps, packaged, well packaged. And now, when I say, if you want to stop a fight, first stop the push. Because once the push comes there, what are the Nigerian citizens do? Have we gotten to the point everybody is looking for local government chairman? For instance, you live in the street, you pack dumps and dumps and dumps. Some of them have trucks. They have street associations. They have, where are the people who are helping government? In as much as people in government has failed us, are we going to fail ourselves too? Government failed you. You are going to meet a local government chairman who probably is preparing for his principal for 2027.
Obviously.
That's what Nigeria has come for. So if Nigerians are waiting for anybody in government in August 2026 to act on anything, they have a lot of waiting to do. It's better the people come together. Whatever they do to help themselves, move this dump to dump sites. Leave it there for the local government chairman. He will be there till tomorrow, until 2000. Some of them, the principal officer, I can't forget it. President of the Senate told us that it's after 2027 that they will look into his security. Whichever way he said it, you're not quoting him right. But that's what I made out of what he said until he comes out to re-say it. And since then, how many things have you had National Assembly, Senate say? If it's not about, I even saw a viral video when the man was taking votes. Those who say yes, the house echoed in yes. And there's who say nay. No, but no single voice. He said nay. He hit the gavel.
So it has been decided before it even came.
So what I'm saying is, these are the people we wait for to solve our problem. Citizen journalism in broadcasting took over traditional media, and we are struggling. Nobody asks traditional media to sit up or join the trade. If the citizens, politicians do not emerge in Nigeria, we are gone. You know what they call citizens governance? They take over clearing the waste, cleaning up the gutters, going to see the source of flooding and tackling it with the much they can. Then they will shame. You know when the egg breaks a pancanel, shame will catch the stone. Now, that's what only solution until 2027 gone close. You now look for who to hold. The little budget the local government man has, he will push it back into this because they throw away and catch, and they're turning it around to satisfy his principle. Otherwise, once the governor sits down there and said, you are no more the local government chairman for next election. Is in Nigeria you go, you see a councillor who is already telling you he's mayor-elect. A councillor is already a mayor-elect because the governor has told him you are the next mayor without going to post. So after putting his name as a councillor representing ward, he now say he's mayor.
To parade himself as
mayor-elect. It's in Nigeria.
Well, still on the rascality.
But if you talk about flood, the flood is a global issue. And Nigeria think is something you can politicalize. We have 27 states, as of yesterday, has all come up again that going under flooding. Lagos is perennial. So their own is, they're not a tell one person we're deaf that the market has started running. If you see others taking off. If Nigeria will be there, but even those who think they're staying in good quarters of the National Assembly, when Abuja want to flood, he won't choose where to flood. The sooner some government houses can get under flood, nobody is immune to it. Because it's like that smelly thing. When they hit the ceiling fan, if you do not perceive the odor, it will touch you. That's flooding. So that one is not pushing it either to the citizen or to the government. If they don't want, as we make our math, we lie on it, Chigi. Nobody will tell us when to go about it.
Agreed. So there's serious pressure on the system to sanitize the judiciary. Sunday Vanguard carries it and says, according to, in response to judicial rascality, CSOs, lawyers weigh in and demand crackdown on erring judges. They insist that there's been 5 controversial judgments and judiciary has surrendered to government, according to Babachi Lawal.
You know, when the apple starts spoiling from the head, and when they keep telling you judiciary, the hope of the last hope.
Last hope, yeah. Last line of...
And you know, you can't negotiate with the devil.
Okay.
When the devil holds you down, he will look for the weakest point. Those place where your life, they still where you and pitch it. It's both biblical and spiritual and philosophical. The politicians have destroyed every value system. The only thing that has given politicians whatever got, they have to hold Nigerians down to what is happening now, the judiciary. They have started building houses for judiciary, dashing the cars openly, beyond allowing them to have their budget and spend it and manage themselves. And to tell you the truth, the judiciary have tried. But how long can you try in a society like this without being stained? Nigeria in 2026 has decided on the kind of politicians they want. They have also decided on the kind of lawyers, judiciary, the kind of preachers, the kind of lawyers, the kind of human beings, citizens, the kind of issues that are affecting us. We decided. It didn't come by accident. The judiciary has taken over what the ordinary man should do to elect our leaders. Judiciary is now, they will finish it, point blank, carry voters, whatever they call it, pull him, fight, do everything. They tell you openly, go to court. Because they believe that anybody whose father is in heaven cannot go to hell. So because of this, what gave them that confidence? Because they now felt they are holding the judiciary in their palms. NJC, the regulatory body of judiciary, most of these judiciary people, let me give you an instance. I'm not saying the judiciary are corrupt, but whatever is making them do what they're doing, corruption is not far-fetched. Because corruption is not about money. If you fail to do what you're supposed to do for whatever advantage you want to gain, it's corruption. So, assuming I give you 10 billion naira, and I now say, in this case, I'm interested in it, and keep turning it around to favor this need. Because since you are in control of the law, there must be everywhere you find technique. Some people will judge, they say why some people who lost in court is technical. They left every other thing. They say technical, you lost because of technical. Does it mean that law doesn't have the moral angle, philosophy angle, the logical angle, and then why only using technical? So you jettison everything and use technical. That will tell you. Who the gods want dead, they first make him mad. Now they've made the heart of democracy in Nigeria to be deaf. Nigeria will collapse if nothing happens so fast. The CSOs are asking, those controversial lawyers, you know them, what have you come out to do so that people will start building credibility for yourself? You kept silent over time. Must we CSOs remind NJC to punish erring lawyers or judges, staff of members of their sector? Imagine. So who would we say? Who do we blame of the errors in Nigeria if even judiciary is almost collapsing during our time? We all share the blame. We all share the blame. For to earn political advantage, everybody is hitting below the belt. Hitting below the belt, because I know in boxing, once you hit below the belt, they disqualify you and even punish you. Everybody. But it was Azikiwe who said, I can never, and some of them never hit below the belt. Of those who are our golden fathers, we remember. Awolowo would never hit below the belt. Neither did Bella Balewa, Emma Okpara, Azikiwe, all those people. And of course, their legacies. The wife of Azikiwe came on this seat to tell us the legacies of all these people are being eroded. And now how can somebody cannot gauge where the rain start beating you? How can you know where you are going? You know, we are now going into what they call emptiness. We don't have a basis. We can't refer to anything that's dictating our action, either politically, morally, religiously.
Yes.
Some people refer to, some Muslims refer to their Quran. And they have the principal officer of the Quran they refer to, that's Muhammad. God bless his soul. And then, of course, Jesus for Christians as a reference point.
Yes.
Who is the reference point of Nigerian present politicians? Or is it that they fell from the sky? Hasn't politics been played in Nigeria since 1960 till now? Where are they getting their ideology? Are they governed by their appetite and their sense? And a development economic sat with us yesterday and was telling us how just people just wake up after dozens of maybe 100 years Hennessy, and they wake up, they will just say, hey, this is what is going to be policy. Everybody start polling. Everybody say, yes, sir, yes, sir. Nobody questions anything. No process. No process. So that's why you were questioning no continuity in government. Once any government finishes, spew. Abandon things, files, everything. Everybody start building afresh. Some new people come looking for their stomach, and they bring a lot of ideas that does not have a process. You put it on the system. That's why we have junket, turn policies here and there. No continuity. Nothing will tell you. The present government said they will continue from Buhari's legacy. That was what our president said when he was campaigning. And people were saying, but if he had continued Buhari's legacy, we won't be at 1,500 naira fuel. A liter of fuel. And then look at other tariffs and costs of living in Nigeria now. Is that continuation? So everybody is running on his own race. And it doesn't work like that. Nigeria is not a personal property. And they've destroyed all the system that makes it a corporate property that becomes winner takes it all. Once you are the president, a governor, even local government chairman, now if you see how they dispose and handle matters, you know that we are not at home. I've told this to you several times, and you know, ask us where did we go. Nigerians have become that legendary children. Everybody has gone to their maternal uncle's home. Nobody's at home.
Nobody's
You
at
go to look for them, they say it's gone. Because even who will even look for who? Because everybody has gone to their maternal uncle's home. So nobody is in their own home. Nigeria seeking aid, help, without process. Everybody, and people are looking at these people sitting on the, living at the edge of a beach, but they wash their hands with saliva. That's an error, which God has even punished. Because what are you going to tell God? You ask for water, God put you near the ocean. You ask for fish, fish is in the ocean. You ask for sand to build, is there? You ask for everything. What would you want God to do for you? Instead of building a process that will harness all the resources of that place, you just chose to be picking fish and be eating because you are the nearest to the. Why this whole community? Your house is probably the one nearest to the ocean. You pick fish that the whole community will eat and be eating it along with your family and believing.
It's a sad reality, really. So
wickedness is sensitivity.
We're going to conclude with this news item. Federal government tightens news on South Africa. Do you think we are doing enough? They are insisting and renewing push for compensation over xenophobic attacks. And of course, statistics, 98 Nigerians killed in South Africa since 2022. You think they are doing enough?
I don't know why you want to end this session with this, because I am heartbroken.
I understand.
So for instance, what will South Africa, what will Nigeria tell the parents, the family of 98 Nigerians who died in?
Did you see the viral video of the young man that was
shot point
strangled?
blank? Yes.
No. There was one.
There was one that point shot point blank. Yes, I talked about that one yesterday.
There was one that was strangled. The video.
I saw. I think Ginger was telling us that one yesterday.
He was strangled. They were accusing him of pushing drugs, and he was just explaining his innocence. He was bound. They had things over his head. They just kept, being on this boy until he just died. And
they counted 98. This 98 in the whole South Africa. You can imagine some of them that are in the interiors who would have died there. This is what they're talking about. If you're talking about Pretoria, Johannesburg, and all, you pick 98. And we have, I'm sure, even only the staff of South African Embassy in Nigeria have more than 98 staff. That's it. How are you going to explain to the families of these people over time? What are you going to tell them? Probably in Nigeria, you know how Nigerians are. Maybe the only breadwinner sold everything he has to look for life. When Nigeria is becoming too difficult, he runs to South Africa. And the next thing is that he's been dead and brought back. Probably some of them, some of them, they were not recovered. Nobody gave them
killed in the
burial.
most gruesome manner.
What xenophobia started in South Africa? It just started. You know what they call when you in Igbo land, when you go and disperse bees in their, the bee hive, when you go and they annoy them and they all scatter and start stinging at random. The South Africans, the Mesugang of xenophobia, it's going to take a long time. I keep crying about culture of violence that we perpetuate in Nigeria and thinking that it will stop. No parent, no relation, no children of those who have been killed, abducted, raped, beheaded in Nigeria will forget it in the near future. They are going to be the tomorrow's terrorists and bandits because they will find a way of revenge in this society. There are certain things you tell a wife and say, don't tell your husband. There are limits. And that's perpetuation of culture of violence. So the sooner you stop it, because once you continue, you can't beat a child and say you shouldn't cry. And you cannot, of course, what are you going to preach? Nigeria is asking for compensation. Stop the fight. Stop the push before the fight. Because once the push takes over,
I think at this point, the push has actually gone...
It's gone, the greeting has gone beyond the ankles. So who are you going to do? So Nigerians are taking it over. So Nigerian government is still mumbling words. But probably they're more concentrated in 2027. Nigerian government has not made what Nigerians can hold as very punchy statement against xenophobia. They're talking and do this. You're asking for compensation for what? Is it compensation for 1 billion naira? They are giving every individual who immediately drops after profile income. What did Nigeria do? It's protecting the blacks from blacks. protecting the blacks from blacks, protecting the call migrants. But they singled out Nigerians. And the reason they're telling you, they're taking our women, they're taking our pipes, that's the excuse. I will tell you the uselessness of African life.
For people who went through apartheid, I'm thinking that they could do better, given...
They're pushing the sad shadow. I think it's mentality issue. When some people, you know, when the elephant is cultivating the ground, tortoise will think it is, they water the ground. Because they wouldn't know it's the energy of the elephant used to till the ground easily. When Nigeria started moving and doing this, some of them were saved. They gave them money, pay scholarship, sponsored their fighters, make a lot of things, you know, and they now got, and somebody like Mandela gave his life to fight and get appetite. Now, these people got this in. If they had fought this to the end, by now they would have learned lesson. But Africans gathered to save them from the shackles of appetite. And then they think that's how life is. That's why what is their major concern is our babes, our women, and which jobs? Roasting corn in the street of Johannesburg is a job that a South African thinks is honorable. When a Nigerian is doing it, that he should be the person doing it. They will go to the offices where they have whites. They will say, give us foreigners. The black Africans are foreigners, while the whites are seated. They will demand single out and say, let all the black give us. So you can, it doesn't join in your brain. It doesn't make sense. You start saying, who did this to us?
It doesn't make sense.
Who did this to us, Shigi? So yeah, I could give a mecha women one for. Now this leg now I go take rich Africa, my Africa. It's sad. I shed tears. That's why I didn't want to stop this session with it. You would have started probably now. Will go myself. It has turned my day. A beautiful Sunday morning God has given us into another thing. Sad, you know. So can you think about it? South African, we see a Nigerian want to kill him point blank because he has come to your country.
It is the hatred for someone who
what has given
exactly
this kind
like you that actually leaves me, you know, baffled. It's so sad.
So they're pushing the shadow, but then Nigerians will soon leave South Africa. For South Africans, well, we as Nigerians calling for, let this nonsense end up. It's not only Abalomo Udara that it bears children that they press the mouth. I think when a child crawls to come and pinch you, crawl and go and pinch the child back so that he will know that what is good for the geese is good for the... This diplomatic sacrifice that Nigeria is making for South Africa, a lot of us said is no more acceptable. It's because you tell somebody, sorry.
It's just not enough.
It's hard.
It's not enough.
And I say Madi Tabansi.
And we're hopeful that AU will actually place some sanctions
forget the AU. What have AU said since then?
That is the point.
What has West African, what they call it, what have all the regional things have said? They wait for Nigeria to get to ECOWAS. What has ECOWAS said? What has the EU? What has AU? What has United Nations? What has all of them said?
It leaves a lot to wonder.
So it calls these unions they are calling about. I want to use my word to say again. It's totally babadash. It doesn't favor us in time of crisis, because they say a friend in need is a friend indeed. But now in this kind of friends with it's fair weather union that is not using Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much, Chris.
Thank you,
for
Chigi.
this interesting and insightful segment. Thank you so much for your time. I'll have to call, of course, introduce our guest. Mr. Eji Kokpa joins us from Texas, United States. He's a global affairs analyst, and he's here to talk about when African nations wait for validations from developed nations, how sovereign are they? Good morning, Mr. Ejike. Thank you for joining us again this morning on New Day.
And I must say, Ejike, your face is beaming with blessedness. You have to tell us the secret. This is why your face is beaming with blessedness this morning. You know, we need to know how things are. So first, Chigi, answer her question first before I come for you. Thank you.
It's, it's always
there was
a pleasure.
an interview that
Always a pleasure
I listened to
listen to what you guys say and all
he
that
was
stuff.
explaining to the interviewer, saying that President Tinubu is the second that has ever been invited to London to have a conversation with the royal family. And in his words, he said it shows that Nigeria is becoming, accepted, by the West. What do you make of his submission, and why do you think we think the way we think, where we clap our hands when the West gives us an invitation? How has that helped our economy?
I mean, if I give you, or when I give you my answer, it's going to be very short, but that's just a very long part of it, but we don't have the time. I live in Dallas, and I've been here 40 years. And when I see how the Black race, whether in Africa, in America, interact with, other races, it sort of like shocks me. Because it shouldn't be. I don't think when God created any race, he made any particular race a custodian of other races. What has happened is, that phrase in the Animal Farm, George Orwell, all animals are created equal. Some have become more equal than others, either by design or default. So what has happened with the case of the Black race is this attitude and the willingness to submit, to be subdued. And any time, people see that you've made yourself a doormat, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to step on you, and they're going to step over you. So Nigeria is not becoming, Nigeria is the most populous Black nation in the world. Of all the countries that have a population of 150 or more, Nigeria is probably number 5 or number 4. You go look at that statistics. So when you see the president of Nigeria, you should see somebody who, when they speak, they're speaking on behalf of not just Nigeria, they're speaking on behalf of the Black race. And so far, no African leader has achieved that reputation. And so at least you can see, whether people like Trump or Obama or any president of America, he has become the symbol of the white race for authority and influence. Of course, you got some people from China, the Asian side, you got the European side, the North American, South Americans are, working on their own, but who speaks for Africa? Who speaks for the Black race? So when you don't have that, you don't have respect, and so when you get invited to everything, you don't show up. This is not a birthday party. Certain things you don't want to go. But Nigeria leaders haven't been able to say no. Sometimes no is a factor for value. But if every time you are invited, you show up and you go there, you cower, you bow, you lower your head, you shake hands with, Nigerian leaders are the ones when they shake people's hand, they do it too. In America, we shake with one hand. We grab it, we squeeze it, we let you know, hey, we're here, we're looking straight into your face. We don't do that. So there are some psychological things that we don't do. And we think it's been humble. Now, when you humble yourself before somebody who doesn't think, you should stand up in front of them, you get humiliated. And there's a lesson that we haven't learned. I have, since being in America, I've been fortunate to meet all American presidents since George Bush Sr. I didn't do it because it's to build my resume. It's for me to interact with people that the world have recognized as powerful people. And I've had conversation with them, and I shook their hand, and I asked them questions, and they've responded. And so if you haven't conquered your own fears, you're not going to be able to step out and do something. Igbo people say, if you haven't built that confidence, and nobody gets a degree in confidence, nobody gets a degree in attitude. And what is happening is that we pile up on all these degrees, but then when we interact with other people, then we lower our head, we lower our standard. So Tinubu getting excited, just like the wife getting excited. She attended a prayer breakfast in America, and the American president acknowledged her, and it was a big news. That is something that makes people like shake your head, say, "Oh, okay." At the end of the day, what has that got to do with the price of bread? What has that done for Nigeria? I don't know how they're going to stop it. I mean, even when I was in Nigeria, if any time a foreign leader is coming, that's when they clean the streets. Is it not true? They make effort. But then once the person leaves, oh, sure, we can live in field, we can live in dirty area. So these are the things you're doing to impress other people, but other people are not impressed. So, you take care of your home, but I wish the Black race, an African leader, will emerge on the global stage that commands respect. And you don't command respect when you look tribal. When you look at a Nigerian president, what do you see? You don't see a Nigerian, you see a tribal man. When you look at Obasanjo, you see a Yoruba man. If you look Tinubu, Yoruba man. Buhari, Hausa man, or Fulani, any one of them. They haven't been able to soften their image in order to project that humanity or that person that they can say, hey, I'm leading everybody, not just for my tribe. So tribal people don't build successful nations. I don't care how much they try to do it. You have to migrate to the level of citizenship. And Nigerians are having difficulty becoming citizens. They are more tribal. You go to National Assembly, what do you see? You don't see a National Assembly. You see a tribal council. You could tell who's Shekere, who's Ibibio, who is this, because of the way they dress. And you're trying to harmonize. You're trying to create this soft aspect of, hey, we are Nigerian, so you'll be making it difficult. But no, you have to project it. At the end of the day, like my mom always asked me, we haven't learned, despite all the PhDs we parade.
Why is it the West have taken the pride of being the validators? They always imagine themselves to be the superior, and they have lived that with their culture of, for instance, you are now in America, superiority, culture, and complex over others. Over time, they lord it over and all that. Why should that be? Why are they not, if they're preaching democracy, allow others to be? Why are they the ones who are now taking over validation, making themselves judge over us, like they said in the Bible?
No, they're not making themselves a judge. You're the one judging them. Mm-hmm. You're the one judging them. You can do it. You don't have to do it the way they are doing it. Did you come up with an airplane? Did you come up with electricity? Are you even able to build roads? Do you even have water system in your own place? Yes, you have gone in and flipped the same pages. They have flipped to learn what it is they have learned. But when you get that education and go home, what do you do with it? I don't think, again, like I said it earlier, God didn't create any race to be superior to anybody. But when you assign that superiority, they're going to take advantage of it. And the way to compete is not to complain. The Africans complain, white people has done this, white people have done that. But then when they leave them alone, I'm from here. Man, ENUGU boy, when I was at Merchants of Light, I said, and I was like, what has that got to do with anything? Even when my father's status is bigger than most other people, he was a chief in Eastern Nigeria, and he was chief until he died. So I grew up with privilege. But you could see within my own Igbo, we have this, intra-tribal hatred before you even cross the line into other tribes. So this has nothing to do with white people. It's something that has afflicted the Black race. I'll tell you an example. When I live in Dallas, in 1997, I was elected the first foreign-born to be the secretary of the board of the oldest African American Chamber of Commerce in the US, which is the Dallas Black Chamber of Commerce. And then I ended up being chair of the business committee and ended up as one of the vice chairs on my way to becoming chairman. When it was time for me to become a chairman, oh, AGK, you know one of us, you don't know our history. But look at Arnold Schwarzenegger, who is Austrian, came to America, married into a prominent American family. How many Africans will come to America and do that? So there are certain things we are dealing with internally that has limited us from emerging to be able to deal with the outside forces. The white man is not looking superior to you. I ran for mayor of Dallas. You know, if you come to my house, you see how many of them come consulting me in real estate, international development, whatever the issues are. My wife always asked me, Ejike, how have you been able to do this? I said, that's what I learned from my dad. My dad was chief of EHE. White people came to him. I saw when he built Teachers Training College in EHE in 1955 at the age of 27. He told white people, don't build for us. You build with us. That's why EHE, Teachers Training College, was the only Teachers Training College in Eastern Nigeria that wasn't named after a saint. Because my father said, well, is that not Saint Nwankwo? Is that not Saint Okoro or Saint Emeka? But go around Eastern Nigeria, it has St. Teresa, St. this, St. Patrick's, and that. My father said no. So when the Irish people, said, fine, you go do it, my father rallied EHE people. And the college was named TTC EHE, the only one in Eastern Nigeria, because he defied them. If you haven't defied yourself, you cannot define yourself in the world. And that is where the whole thing starts. Leadership starts from home. The reason I be where I did, most of it is because of my dad. I was schooled by my parents before any school can teach me anything. I'm not saying it as a brag. That's the way I learned. I learned from home. My mom taught me how to dress. My dad taught me how to stand up before people and speak. Put the Pope, put the president in front of me. Ejike, I will not bow. I don't bow to anybody. I tell you, one time they are laughing off for you. Came to Dallas and met me in the mayor's office, and then he was so impressed by me. He asked me to come and see him anytime I get to Nigeria. I got his card, we spoke, but you know what? I didn't go. You know why I didn't go? Because if I go there, they're gonna expect me to do dobale. They're gonna expect me to take off my shoes and say, I'm not gonna go do that. I'm not gonna do it. That's why I didn't go to see him. When I saw Obasanjo and I met him in his presidential library. I met him in Washington, D.C. I met him in Dallas. And then everybody said, Your Excellency, I said, Mr. President, how are you? He said, hey, why are you not calling me Your Excellency? Your Excellency. He said, Mr. President, what is excellent about Your Excellency? He said, hey, you can only talk that one. So all I'm just saying is don't be disrespectful, but at the same time, don't submit to be subdued. Those are the lessons that we need to start having from our home before we send our kids to school. Because a lot of us have thought that, by the time you go to school and get your degree, and the more of the degree you get, the more better human being you are. It's not the case. It's not the case. The confidence are not built from home. Parents don't sit down and have conversation with their kids and share their own history and say, hey, we may have been selling akara on the road, but guess what? This is opportunity for us to go forward and do more. You look at Nigeria, for instance, until 1972 in EHE, nobody had a college degree. 1972, not too far away. But my father didn't finish college. He finished high school, but he was able to stand up to white people. Just like his own grandfather, his own father, who told the white people, hey, you can't build a court in here, build it in Owele. That's why they call it Owele Court. Because my grandfather became the first court interpreter. He stood up to them. So, so these are the things that oftentimes we don't talk. We say about the white person is there. So no white man can intimidate me. I'm telling you, no white man. If there is one, he has not been born. But if he has been born, let him show up. So these are the most important things. All you got to do in life is be able to compare and be able to compete. Okay? If you name the other might say, I like what we have done. But you don't go there and say, oh, they're telling you to do this. I mean, how many white people still live in Nigeria? How come the most populous black nation that say they are the smartest people haven't figured it out? You look at ENUGU, the capital of Eastern Nigeria. By now, Enugu is the grand parent of every other state. But how is Enugu doing? All the industries that have been in Enugu before the war and after the war, where are they? You know, the first Mercedes-Benz assembly plant built out in Africa was the Anamco. Right there by all the way to the airport. They were assembling stuff. They were doing things. But today, Anamco is shut down. All those kind of stuff. Is that progress? No, we have to ask ourselves, is any white man coming over there and holding the gun to the head of your governors and your president, telling them what to do? These people are very myopic. They are very limited in their scope, and they think it is by putting up the show they do that's how to rule. No, you are serving. The person serving you should not be the one doing the dance. It's the person that is being served. So we go back to the drawing board. How do we figure that out? Leave the white man alone. Find your people that live with them and say, don't say come home. But, diaspora, remember, it is the Europeans that came to America and became white people. Before it was ethnicity, Italian, Irish, German, blah, blah, blah. But they came here and they harmonized. They dissolved into this white brand. Where is the black brand? Since the end of the Civil War, not Civil War, since the end of the World War and colonization and all of that, who has brought a plan, the Black Marshall Plan? When the World War ended, it was the Americans who helped to quit, to crush the World War that gave them the Marshall Plan. And it was that Marshall Plan that made it possible. In less than 20 years, the World War ended. Europe was up and running. It was America. So where are the black people in America? Because the best exposed, resilient black person in the face of the earth is the one in America, not the one in Germany, not the one in England, not the one in Russia, because America is where you have the highest concentration of black people in the world outside of Africa. But where are they coming home to do what for you? They bring in the Bible that was used as part of the tool to colonize Africans. Look at the churches. We build more churches than we build more banks and factories because I can actually Jesus. I can El Muhammad. So there are things we haven't done internally, and that is why everybody takes advantage of us. Look at Nigeria today. Who has the biggest public works contract in the history of Nigeria? A Lebanese man who doesn't even live in Nigeria. And then you have Nigerian engineers, you have Nigerian professors who big their chairs in this and that, but you haven't built any road. And your own president who looks like you awarded the contract to a Lebanese man, and nobody has raised any hell on that. Then, you know what? In Texas, we passed a law: Chinese people don't get contract in Texas. If you don't protect your own, you become, what is a sucker puncher. I'm sure you guys read James Harley Chase. He became a sucker puncher. So you have to protect your own. Self-preservation is the first order of business. Anything else is playing to the gallery.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Jiki, for that. Well spoken, actually. But can we do a little bit of a root cause analysis? You did say something in Igbo where so my question to you will be, what do you think drives this particular mindset, this validation, this external validation? What's the psychology behind it? Did it have something to do with the colonial experiences that made the black man to begin to think in a certain way? Because when we have an understanding of the root cause, we can begin to even proffer solutions. So why do you think the black man has, this kind of, for lack of a better word, a Stockholm syndrome, and they pander to us, they are colonizers, they are former colonizers. Why do the black race have this mindset?
I don't want to say, again, I can give you an article that I wrote when I just came to America. I said, blood does not lie. When I did the purpose of that article was I looked at the African Americans and I looked at myself coming in and I said, oh my God, despite centuries of separation, these people still behave like, they just left my village or just left Africa. 400 years of being in America, they haven't figured out how to interact and deal with the country that is their own, either by design or default. And that's why I said, if those things are not from home, if you're not having the conversation and you're basically thinking, okay, just go and let me A, B, C, D, 1 + 1, that's going to make you a better person. No, you have to be homeschooled. Homeschooled is have conversation, share your experience, give your child the confidence. And when that child has the confidence, they can get strong. So I don't know when I say, when people say, oh, it's the colonization and the slavery, it's a lie. Africa didn't start with being colonized. Africa didn't start without being enslaved. And again, you look at the words colonization and slavery, they are not African words. These are foreign words, which means they were doing it to themselves before they came to do it to us. But then after they have done it to us and stopped doing it to us, we are still crying. We haven't said, before you came, I was doing something. Now that you have let me, I'm going to do better. Instead, we have gone down. I keep blaming slavery. Oh, my mom would have slapped me. My mom, my mom was the biggest dean of my life lessons. Because my mom used to tell me if she see me beg anybody for what it is she know I can do, she will cut off my hands and know and where's the man. That's my mom. She taught me stuff, how to dress, how to cook, how to be responsible, clean after myself. And so I'm not looking for anybody to validate me. I'm not. All I'm just saying is, Mama from Mono, before you put lazy. The PhD is just a paper. The master's, it's a paper. But what is in your head? How do you think? How do you see your role in your community? You don't need validation. Nobody validates me. I mean, I have the education, I can defend my thoughts, I can defend my thesis, but I don't look for anybody to validate me. I acknowledge people, but I don't look for validation because I always say, hey, what me doing? When I came to America, everyone said nobody was going to hire me because my education was from Nigeria. But my father taught me one thing. He said, if you learn 1 + 1 on the mango tree or air-conditioned classroom, the difference is the attitude in how you explain what you know and the confidence in how you project it. So I told her, I said, look, I have learned how to do this. I don't know how to come to America and get another degree. I'm not going to relearn what I've already learned. And they said, no, why a man is going to hire me? I said, watch FSA. If they don't hire me, can I hire myself? And everybody was like, what? I said, if they don't hire me, can I hire myself? So I have been self-employed since 1993. Nobody has paid me a salary. I have paid myself because I want to prove myself that I can earn a living because I know what it takes for me to go earn a living. I wasn't looking for a white man. But the same white people, they say they wasn't going to give me a job, were the ones who have gave me the most jobs ever since, even today when I do a deal. They're the ones that actually say, everyone, your knowledge is good. We like the way you think. Come and be part of what you're doing. That's how you earn your place in life. You want to earn your place. You don't want to be given a place. Africans are looking to be given a place, and in order for them to be validated. No. Competition takes you seriously when you say, watch me go do it, and I'm going to do it, and then we're going to fight. And they will go, okay, hey, how do we work with you? But if you go, give me, nobody's going to give you anything. All this idea that you pray harder and then you give more tithes and then your reward comes. Excuse my French, is bull crap. Stand on your feet.
Thank you.
Why are you lowering yourself before God? Because you see.
Thank you, Ejike. That's wonderful. If we listen to you, we hardly remember we have to call for this break. From what you have said, the validation of African by the Western world involves historical biases, cultural dependency, a modern shift towards self-definition, which we're going to come shortly after. You're going to call for a short break, and we ask you, Ejike Opa from Dallas, to rejoin us shortly. And for you who have been watching us this Sunday morning, get relaxed. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Welcome back. We're still on the topic validation of African nations by the Western world, what implications, and we have been having a nice time talking with our analyst from Dallas, Texas, and USA, and there has been Ejikop on the other side of the end, and he has been doing wonders, doing what he knows how to do best, telling us what we need to know, what we need to do to validate ourselves and not wait for somebody else to validate us. And Chiki, have you validated yourself before we wait for Ejikop to validate us?
I'm still processing it.
Is Ejike back there? If you are still there, we ask you to rejoin us so that we discuss. Okay, Ejike is always there. We always know you'll be there. Yes. So Ejike, you have told us the way to go, and that's actually self-reflecting and very interesting thing to do. Do you think, like the Igbo said, now some people have decided to wait for foreign validation and they're hidden under it to do us down.
Yes.
We expect Jesus to validate everything we do, or Muhammad to validate everything we do. Now when we have for validation from maybe Trump to validate whether we are secure in Nigeria or not, and then when he says, even some people say there are some fake documents coming from Trump to say so that Nigerians will feel that we are on the line. How do we, you have touched it on the word, but I really need you to hit the nail on the head. How do we run away from this and begin to do something tangible? Because on about topo nketapi, gosia, otherwise it will bite you.
Now, just look at it this way. If we didn't have anybody outside of you coming into your compound or your village, wouldn't you be able to survive and do better? Because God has endowed us with that brain, that thinking faculty to enable you figure out, hey, what am I going to do? But if you abandon that and then you jump over to the next village or somebody else, then all of a sudden, again, my phrase, you have submitted to be subdued. people are going to take advantage of you. That's the human nature. The only time you're not going to have those things happening in the world if it's only one person alive. But it's not true, since Adam and Eve found themselves in the Garden of Eden and, gave apple. We don't know whether it was apple or something else. But let's even take that story for its face value. What have you gotten? So what you want to do is to narrow it, bring it home. Put your arm around it, like we say in America. Put your arm around it. Don't stretch yourself to where the scope is bigger than you. So this validation, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Again, the success of every nation starts from the family, because the families are the ones that make the community makes the region, and the region, the country, and it goes that way. The society, the nucleus is the family structure. So if the family structure is weakened in the sense that people don't even feel confident. Some people have been feeling, I wish I was, I wish I was white. I wish I was lighter. You come to America, they have exploited that. The lighter skinned black people feel they are superior to the darker skinned black. And the same thing, that's why in Nigeria, you see women and men bleaching. This nobody's doing it. It's a mental illness. Nobody's holding a gun to yourself, to your head. You just looking at somebody and say, oh, maybe the reason why people are doing better is because they're white. You know what I have said? I said, if every white man or woman or Asian my age is better than me, education, health-wise, wealth-wise, character, then I don't have issue with them. I have issue with God. I would say you're a partial creator, but God is not a partial creator. He didn't reward anybody exceptionally better. It is you work your way to it. You improve yourself. You go from being good to better. So that is what I'm hoping that we do. That's the validation. Validate yourself first and hold your ground. Don't submit to be subdued. Don't bow to anybody. I met the Pope and I said, Mr. Pope, Pope, how are you? I didn't go to kiss his ring. I didn't go to bow to touch touch your head. You know what? I'm an Igbo man. I'm an Iwawa man. And in my village, the only person that can touch your head are your family members. Older, nobody can touch my head. I will not go near. I've been invited to join a certain knighthood of European American stuff. And the reason I really want to do it, I don't want to be called sir. I don't want to be Saiji Gopa. I don't even want to be chief. My father was chief, and I will never take on the chief because I have retired the title chief in honor of my dad because of the way he did it. So I have the same name like him, AGK Edward Oba. I don't want people some people call me Prince. I said, please don't do that. Don't call me chief, just simply AGK. If you really want to get funny with me, call me what call me that. Or Echelibe. But don't call me chief, don't call me doctor. I don't want to use any of those things before or after my name. That's validation. Hold your ground. So I am hoping that the conversation we're having enables some people to rethink, because that's what life is all about. To look back and reflect. That thing they said in the Bible, you brought up the Bible of Jesus and the Quran of Muhammad. They have a quote in the Bible that says, no prophet has honor in their own village. You know what? They put that in the Bible for the black race, because every other race has honor for their own prophet. The Irishman respects Irishman, English the same way, the American, the Asian. But it's only the African. When your own person is talking to you, let me see what a white man says. Let me see what a Chinese man says. That's why these people will come in what I call, Elvis has left the room, and then the white look-alike has stepped in to do the same thing. Is it water running in your body? Is it not blood? And we haven't been able to say that. Again, I'm not bragging, but please bring the best and smartest white man, Asian, in front of me. Let's talk about this stuff, and they will not see my brake light. Because I was born and I am confident and I have the attitude and I will defend my race. I didn't choose my color, so I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm not going to apologize if I run you. Because, perform me, then I can copy what you're doing. But if I beat you, I'm not apologizing. So we got to be successful, and then we got to claim us. You don't let anybody to claim you. And I think the black races have, we've been insulting God because the same life he gave us, we made other people validate us. And God is like, what the heck, what are you guys thinking? Or what are you guys doing? So that's my stand. That's what I tell my son. My son is a U.S. Marine officer. He's an officer in the U.S. Marines. My daughter, is an accomplished lady too. And I say, you are born in America. I came and became a citizen. This is your country. So claim it and do whatever everybody else is doing. Don't tell me white or black. Again, this is very simple.
Thank you, Ejike. Thank you, Ejike. And, in a private discussion, you've told us most of our leaders go to America, Britain, to hospitals where they pay over £4,000 for an hour.
More than that.
So then we have had that story, is not confirmed. And some of our even first ladies from Babangida era, went abroad for treatment. Some of them did not return. And quite recently, some Spanish people are getting interested in such stories. And is it part of validation? Do we validate also our health? Or do you suppose that when Nigerians get sick, they go to their herbal doctors around so that they make sure nobody validates them?
Good question. Again, I'm going to mention Obasanjo's name because I met him at one time. He came for a global health initiative at a university here called SMU, Southern Methodist University. And after he finished, I asked a question. I said, "Mr. President, your wife died in Spain. Babangida's wife died in LA, Los Angeles." I said, "What is it that you see in these hospitals that you cannot say, you the president, every equipment in this particular hospital, give me an inventory, I'll buy it and ship it to Nigeria so I can get, people can get treated." You know what Obasanjo said to me? He said, no, me, I go abroad 2 times a year to go medical checkup. And I was like, this is how the president of the most populous black nation, he's left office at the time, is describing it. I was ashamed of myself. So the doctors, if you learn how to do appendicitis in a teaching hospital in ENUGU, you can do it anywhere else in the world. The science is a given. If you know how to fly an airplane, it's the same thrust, the same takeoff, cruise, boom, you land. The science is a given. But that science has to be turned into an opportunity to create jobs and expertise with your people here. You bring it home. The Nigerian doctors are just as capable. But if their political people are not giving them the opportunity to treat them, to give them information on health, because remember, health is also about lifestyle. So if somebody doesn't understand your lifestyle, and when you go to them, they may start looking at many options, and they end up with something that may not even be the cause of what you're there for. And so that's what we have done. And then we don't even look at the national security risk associated with when a Nigerian president goes abroad to be treated. Because the doctor treating you could be a spy for their government. Remember, if you go to see a doctor, you might say, "Hey, now you perfect. Bend over. I'm going to take a blood sample. I'm going to swab your mouth. I'm going to gather all this." Those things are DNAs. They know what it is you have. And even though there's a privacy with the medical practice, it doesn't necessarily mean anything when they want to undermine you. Because now they have your information. And then they can come to you and say, "I want this from your country." And you say, oh my goodness. And they can turn that information somewhere. It can be leaked. And they're going to humiliate you. So you guard yourself. The fish that dies a natural death is the one that stays away from bait. The Africans, the Nigerians, whomever, all these people you have mentioned, don't know how to stay away from the bait. So this is what you want to do. You want to protect. There's nothing about medicine a Nigerian hasn't studied. Remember back in the 80s or something, Nigerian doctors were going to Saudi Arabia and all that kind of stuff. But all of a sudden, all of those things got squashed. All of those things got killed. Because now it's prestigious. What are you doing? Why are you exposing yourself to other people that don't think you're a human being, and they take advantage of you, and they're going to use it against you, whether you like it or not? It's like the president of America going to Mexico or Canada, or, if American president is sick in Nigeria, they don't go to Nigerian hospital. That Air Force One has medical team with it. They're going to bring the American something back. What's difficult to copy and paste that kind of attitude? And then you see what is his name, Tinubu, anytime he's going to medical checkup. After Sabio, what is it? This the Yoruba people eat food. I'm doing medical checkup. Everybody, his cabinet people are lining up at the airport. They welcome you. Come on, man. This is 21st century. Is there any university in the world that a Nigerian hasn't gone and graduated even oftentimes better? And then at the end of the day, you succumb, but you let other people treat your president. Come on, man. If I were to be Nigerian president, which would never happen, this is what I would do. Any of my cabinet members that does that, you are fired. Any of my cabinet members that even put in engineer or professor or traditional title on their business card, you are fired. But this will be something that you have to sign off on it. And if you dress tribally, you're not going to work in my administration or cabinet. We have to come up with a dress that neutralizes that tribal appearance. So these are things. And then when I'm sick, you're going to see me locally. And my wife or my kids will not be going abroad for medicine. Even if it's an illness that, okay, your doctors haven't been able to do, fly in the doctors. Fly them in to come and perform this surgery and then train your people. That's what they call transfer of knowledge and technology. But every time you run over there, I think there should be a stop to it. We should be ashamed of it because, again, like you said, £4,000 is a lot of money for an hour. I remember at the time with Babangida, now he's on a wheelchair. He's in a wheelchair. When he used to have issue with one of his legs, and maybe that's the reason he is where he is. And one of his friends that he used to go, he lived in LA. Anytime Babangida flew there to go do medical something, he always asked that guy to be around. But why do you have to do that? Why didn't you do it in Nigeria? Why didn't you build a medical facility for the top 1% of Nigerians in Nigeria? There's a hospital in Washington, D.C. called Walter Reed. That's where American presidents get treated if they are sick. Do that. Go over there, do an inventory of everything they have with equipment, and then look at the staff and say, I can recreate this. And do it. But don't go to India. Don't go to India. Don't go to London. Don't go to France. Come on, man. Don't do that. Because, again, you are lowering yourself. And when you lower yourself, you become a doormat. And people are going to step on you, step all over you. So that's my question. And, again, these are things you have to do. You don't have to go check and validate anybody to do it. If you come to my home, and I say this, I don't do libation. I don't watch. Because growing up, my father never taught me that. If you come to my home, you go your way to London, I kick you out. I'll tell you, don't do that. I don't eat kola nut. I don't do libation. Let's see, have a conversation. But if you come there and say, okay, so don't tell me no. What do we want to do now? And how do we do it so that we can become new and improved? That's why you never see me I don't wear Nigerian clothes. The last time I ate Nigerian fufu was 1990, 36 years ago. I don't eat fufu. I don't have tissue. It has helped my health, not because I hate the food, it just doesn't work for me. So when you recognize something that doesn't work for you, what do? You walk away from it. You don't have to say, oh, no, I see. So again, you do a self-assessment and begin to find out what works for you. Because that's what the world is looking for. New and improved. Nobody was born rich. Maybe, okay, you inherited something, but majority of us were not born rich. So you inherited. Education, the same thing. Jesus, what university go to? On a bachelor's degree in religious studies. He spoke about what he believed in. He spoke about it with conviction and passion. You don't have to like it. That's why he was even crucified. But he spoke. And then you know what? On his Last Supper, he chose 12 people, not the multitude. If you don't have preference in your life, you're not going to do well. So some people, you got to do it by preference, not because you are discriminating. I just don't want to deal with you. And that's what Jesus did. He chose 12. And even out of that 12, one betrayed him, but he still didn't discourage him. Have preference and let the preference be like people that look like you. Stop running around Lebanese, Indians, Chinese, all these other people that come over there and do you abracadabra. Stop it.
All right. right, thank you so much, Mr. Okwa. And I particularly appreciate your very passionate submission as regards medical tourism. Now, the world has become a global village, it's no news, and there is need for, inter-country, intercontinent collaborations and partnerships. Now, where do you begin to draw the line between the need for validation and the need to secure very valuable partnerships, strategic partnerships? Do you think validation is the first step towards meaningful partnerships? What are your thoughts?
All of the above. Remember, before we got formal medical treatment, we were doing natural treatment. And still today in some part of the world, a good number of people are not born in maternities. They're still natural delivery. So you look at the millions of people born every year, how many people are born in a formalized hospital? Not many. And, I can tell you, I don't even know my father's, so I know most of you can go roll back the tape, your own family and say, but you're alive. Because God is a generous God. It's not a partial God. If he puts you in the Sahara Desert, he's put you with something for you to walk towards it and find out what that thing that's going to work for you. He doesn't say, oh, London or Abuja, No. He's put you by design and choice in that place. You walk towards finding it. So the way I like the word you use, partnership. A partnership is different from a give and a help. A partnership is a recognition that you have something. And how do I marry what you have and what I'm bringing to the table for us to become new and improve and create something better? But when you start looking for help or give me, then you have submitted yourself to that of a beggar. And there's no outcome. Somebody can turn around and give you any amount of money. They don't have any expectation that you can do better. They are just fulfilling their own conscience that, you need money. But if somebody say, I want to partner with you and I'm going to invest with you, that means they have an expectation of return and reward and they want to share the risk with you. And they also recognize you have something. Everybody recognizes you have something. Remember, in a jigsaw puzzle of 100 pieces, let's say you have one piece and the other person has 99. This 99 is a good score in any exam. But until you have that one piece, that's when you get the whole picture. So the one piece that you have, hold it tight and be willing to put it so that you can say, I got it. So if your traditional medicine is what has helped your people, then recognize it. During the war, when the war was started, we ran to the village from ENUGU. And then my grandma on my father's side, she had this stuff. I don't know, she went into the village or the bush, I don't know, and got some seeds and come, because we're all ENUGU born and raised. If not for the war, I wouldn't even have gone to my father's village. And then, she now gave us all this stuff, so everybody swallowed. It was an anti-venom, so that if snake bite us, it was not going to kill us. And today, I always talk about it, and I wish I knew what it is my grandma. That's my mom, my father's what we call her. I wish I knew what that was. Because throughout the world, none of my family members got sick, and of course, we got beaten, but he didn't do anything. So we had something. We lay a chair is something that grows up in here. When we play soccer and you got bruises or you got a cut, you don't go running back to put iodine or bandage. You go and plug the seed, you leaves, you squeeze it, and certain whitey something comes in, you let it drop on the wound, and then it gives you the pain, boom. After a while, it heals it. It clogs the blood. Are we talking about it? Are the Nigerian doctors, the Nigerian scientists, publishing articles, or are they just copying the JAMA, the Journal of American Medical Association, or any other? No, talk about what it is you do and what has helped you. Let them know that this it has helped you at a time. And not to say, oh, maybe we're just finding out. No, you're not finding out anything. If you're going to say you are ancient means you don't have a date on it. If you're ancient, then why are you behaving like you are just a new kid in the block or on the block? Why? Tell them what you have. You know what? When I came, when I introduced myself in America, especially if I'm speaking, I always said, I discovered America. Remember the story of, what is his name? Christopher Columbus discovering America? And I said that for myself. I said, hey, thank you guys for all these other things you said about my resume. But there's one thing that you didn't mention. I discovered America. And then I always see this pause with the audience, like, what does he mean? I said, I discovered it for my family. I'm the first from our family to come to America. I discovered it for my people. That's how you claim yourself. That's how you put your feet down in the world stage. Talk about what you know and how you know it. And if anybody else doesn't accept it, you know what? It's a tough luck. So because Christopher Columbus, there were people here. They were Native Americans, but he discovered it for the Europeans, or he discovered it for whoever paid for his expedition to the Western world. So that's what you got to do. I discovered America for our family. Oh, come and tell me not to.
Thank you, the man who discovered America, Jacob. My friend, we have to salute your courage for discovering America. Now, before we leave you, we have touched on several things and all that. And the issue of validating ourselves become an issue. With all our nurses, ENUGU is reckoned or training a lot of medical personnel. But
yes,
one of their matrons came on a program and said, out of about 2,000 nurses that have been trained in that school, none of them agreed to stay back. All of them are wanting to jackpot. That's the word they use, to want to leave. With this problem, you say it's psychological. Where do we start? Who is the leader? Who is going to begin to rebuild us, to begin to validate ourselves and value what we want and push our legs forward in this fight? Otherwise, we are going to extinction. Before we leave, you just touch on that because we have very short time left.
Very critical question, and again, like I said, you and the lady, I think we can sit down and we can talk forever, and we'll not be tired of each other. But time is always the constraint. When it comes to those things, again, the reason most people leave their place is economics, opportunity. But then this is how you can slow it down. If any teaching hospital has, trained these people and they're going to move, then let them pay a discharge or release fee. So what is the first salary they're going to earn where they're going? You pay 20% of that to us. If not, we're going to withdraw the certificate. There's a way you're going to slow down the competition so that they can recognize. Because what you can do now is you can reverse them and they start coming to your own neighborhood to get treated. So you have just laid down. Okay, excuse my expression, not to offend anybody. This money for hand back for ground. You've become a cheap prostitute. You have no minimum requirement, and that's what we have become by default. Even though when we know internally that's not what we're supposed to do, but because hey, that's even today why we worship politicians. And they steal from us, and then we still run after them because they take advantage of it. It's a psychological thing. So the way to do it is to start putting it in a condition. Okay, we train these people. Do you want to come recruit them? Or any nurses, or you put it as a requirement for graduation. If Nigerian Resources is going to go towards training you, you cannot leave the country in the first 5 to 10 years of living. If you do, we will issue we invalidate your certificate so that it's no longer useful. You put it, people are going to try to go around it, but at least you can put it can kind of slow it down. It can kind of slow it down. And if you don't do it, look, economics is about competition. People are competing, they're going to steal your labor. Remember, in the factors of production, the most critical factor is labor, human capital. It's not the land, it's not the equipment, it's not the money. It's the human capital. It's the human capital that makes things come alive. It's the productive, resources in the production activity. So when you lose that, you're not going to be producing. You become a dependent. And 230 something million Nigerians shouldn't be depending on anybody. By now, we should be the magnet for the black race. But Africa produced somebody who's going to speak on behalf of not just their country, but on behalf of the black race. So far, we haven't gotten it from the Nigerian presidents that have the chance to do it because they are tribal people. Again, mark my word, tribal people don't build successful nations. Again, thank you guys for the opportunity. I will always wake up for you guys because you guys make me think and you guys make me to provoke you and you provoke me. But, we have to be talking. Talk is not cheap because if talk was cheap, Oprah Winfrey will not be rich. It depends on who you're talking to and what you're talking about. And never you shut up. Jesus didn't shut up. Talk from to your governor. Don't you stop. If you believe in it and if you stand,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, AGK. Always a pleasure, always a joy talking with you. We sharpen each other and we love to do it over and over. Thank you so much for your passionate, submissions and insights. But before you leave, this is a rhetorical question. For a country that depends so much economically on IMF and international loans, how independent minded are we expected to be? But that should be a topic for another day. So thank you so much. And God bless you.
Please, let's Mr. You guys do that because you know what? You don't have to borrow to be successful. You can make your money work for you. You can't. You don't have to borrow. He who goes out borrowing goes
out so.
Okay. So, you know it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
All right. New Day continues after now. Just stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Many thanks for still staying with us, and welcome to this segment, our weekend retrospect, where we bring you conversations and discussions we had in the course of the week from Monday through to Saturday. So stay tuned and take a listen.
You are now knowing that other people with you in Nigeria. They killed that angle. How many Nigerian books that children read? Because it starts from what this young man, for him to say this boldly, and they told him, we are recording you. He said, go ahead and record. He was saying all this. Imagine if it's an Igbo man that who you are deported and put in a cell that's telling me you are recording him. You will shoot him. That put it. So that will tell you. What are we saying? The unity of Nigeria should be when we start again to understand ourselves through schools. The young people should know who the next person is. It's not, we are not, Nigeria is not existing in isolation. And if they really, you know why I'm saying this? If we truly want united Nigeria, today is time to start. You go to our schools, these young people find themselves, because all the tribes staying in ENUGU, all the schools in ENUGU, children meet there. One of the greatest uniting points in ENUGU is the army school in ENUGU. You go there, there's no tribe in Nigeria that don't go to army school in ENUGU. But along the line, if those children relate and become friends, and they get back home, and the tribal parent tells him, you are Omo Igbo, you are Omo Yoruba, you are Inyamiri, you are Kobokobo, they introduce this thing and wipe away the unity children are built for themselves, and they grow with it. If Nigeria gets to this point, Holocaust of what they call it, what the Russian people did, will be a child's play. Because today we are building a foundation of hatred. You don't unite. Even when you come to, you see, children, parents keep discrimination even among them. Why these children, you leave them alone here? They play. They don't know whether they just children are just, they will become friends.
Mr. Maduga, I will support you with a quote that happened at I believe Sokoto during the First Republic, when after the general election there was no clear winner that could form the national government, and Azikiwe led NCNC and the Awolowo's party. They were looking at forming an alliance with the Ahmadu Bello led party to form a national government. And I remember reading that Zik visited Ahmadu Bello, the Sadwana of Sokoto, to discuss a possible alliance after talks broke down with Awolowo. And in his speech, Azikiwe said, let us forget our differences and forge a unity. But in his response, Ahmadu Bello said something in the line of, let us understand our differences and forge a unity. And that resonated with me. There are so many ugly incidents to talk about in Nigeria when it comes to tribal issues. For instance, recently, Alex Onya, an educationist and a development economist, took some kids to the International Mass Olympiad. And when this man, came back with a lot of letters, the kids won. I think it was a personal project, and he took some Southeast kids that participated in the competition. Before you know it, a national achievement that should be attracting accolades was, converted into tribal back and forth. Some people began to allege that Alex Onya was a tribalist. He tried to explain that he could only do as much as he could do, and he was starting from one place at a time. By the way, the Nigerian government had jettisoned that project since 2019, and said the Ministry of Education said there was no fund to sponsor kids. And this was his personal project. Someone came to accuse him that a Yoruba kid actually passed the competition in ENUGU to participate, given a name and school. Alex Onya luckily has a cache of records. By the time he presented his evidences, the schools that participated, happened at that school that this person quoted, and his quote and his tweet generated a lot of bad blood. So you see that there are people who set this agenda, and their intention is only known to them. The government should use the extant laws to go after these people.
Did they tweet that the head of ESBS in ENUGU is a Yoruba man?
They did
Did
not.
they tweet that the forest guard in ENUGU is led by a Yoruba man?
They did not.
Did they tweet how many agencies,
MD of Housing
that are in
Corporation,
ENUGU state
the MD
that
of
are
Housing
led by
Corporation
Yoruba?
is a Yoruba
You know
person.
why I get passionate and
I don't want it to be like that certain people you will keep pressing down and they will come beggarly. Doing those things, you know what pressure the governor of ENUGU State will be going through to push this in to maintain some balance. And some people will go somewhere pushing for tribalism to bring. If all your agenda is to make
Mr.
sure
Maruga,
you set in tribal.
The problem
war.
is not you. It is right for you to be passionate as an Igbo man, but the media has the agenda setting.
That's what
function.
we are doing. We are talking about balance.
We don't have the luxury of.
No, we do say what is good for the geese is good for the Ghana.
I agree with you totally.
I've never supported tribalism, and that's why it came up, especially when it's coming up against my own tribe. And what do you expect me to do? I've sat here promoting one Nigeria. So when you want to bring it home, what do I do? So let's think about another thing probably, because when we talk about it, it's negative. Tribalism is negative. It's anti-development. It cannot lead Nigeria to anywhere.
Indeed. All right, so there is just one thing that we're looking at now. This is the 2027 general election, and the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has concluded the continuous voter registration exercise, officially closing the registration window on Sunday, July 26, 2026. That was yesterday. The decision stands despite strong pushback and formal demands for an extension from several opposition political parties and civil society organizations who expressed deep concerns that millions of eligible citizens could face exclusion from the upcoming 2027 general elections. And still talking about election, in another development, in a bid to ensure a hitch-free accreditation for the August 15 Osun governorship election, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has disclosed that it will embark on mock accreditation exercise on the 1st of August 2026. A public announcement issued by the Commission said the exercise was aimed at assessing its operational readiness and testing the efficiency of the bimodal voter accreditation system. BVAS, ahead of the governorship election, no actual voting or tallying of political candidates takes place during this trial. The mock accreditation would be conducted in selected polling units spread across the 3 senatorial districts of Osun State, covering Osun Central, Osun East, and Osun West. That's it on that very one. But, according to INEC, it stipulates that the conclusion of the registration should be carried out 90 days to the election. And some stakeholders are still asking to extend the deadline, looking at the fact that there may be some people that have not registered. What's your take? Do you think this is...
The thing is that I think the timelines are good because we Nigerians are not... If something does not have a timeline, it's likely that we will not do it until the very last minute. So I understand why INEC normally put this timeline. Remember, it's actually continuous voter registration because this registration will take place in INEC offices. It's just the campaign itself where they roll out into the communities, into the wards, into the polling areas to try to, register people en masse. By the way, there are a lot of Nigerians who will still become 18 years before the next election. So there's need to still open the gate. And I support those who are calling for extension. Maybe INEC should take a break and then come up with another deadline because Nigerians know they hear word until it's almost too late. So it has to be a continuous campaign. Now that this timeline has elapsed, there should be another timeline. And people should actually go out and vote and register to vote. I mean, what makes you a Nigerian is your ability to vote. Whether the vote counts or not starts with you, first of all, getting your voter's card.
Before we go into sermonizing about it, this is a digital era in Nigeria. If you want to open an account, you sit in the comfort of your home with your phone, you open an account. If you want to get Nigerian passport, in the comfort of your home, you fill it and you go, give you a date, you go and pick it. Even if you want to buy a car, in the comfort of your home, you pay for car and they will deliver to your home. See, we are telling ourselves lies. You know why? if INEC with the budget they are proposing, and even most of times they get it, wanted to digitalize Nigeria electoral system and registration. Somebody will be turning 18 this morning as we are talking about. And all you need to go is to go and click and register. You might not, you might have to go through process of going to where you pick your card, voter's card. Why are we making things? Because we want to rig election or probably take advantage. Otherwise, why? Why do we want to hold Nigeria back? Digitalization, we have digitalized everything except our election. Even when we want to digitalize this, still sit in National Assembly to say, hey, we hope, we know it will fail. So when it fails, do this. What are we doing? What are we doing? But all of them sit down there to book tickets for their plane that will travel in the next 20 years. They dare sit down there, pay their children's school fees abroad. I think Nigeria is telling ourselves lies, and that's what pains me. If I get passionate, you will say, Chris Maduka, cool down, cool down. What is the problem about waiting ceremonial when you roll out an INEC staff to go sit somewhere that is unconducive to begin to people, Nigerians will come and line up to do registration of voters 2026.
I think it's important that we know one of the reasons why INEC is having a deadline, because they need to, there are other behind the scenes that they have to put together.
No, I'm not interested in deadline. I'm saying the process. Because if you said deadline, Nigerians, deadline can be by, if you go open the portal and they say you can't register deadline, you stay at home.
Mr. Chris,
the deadlines can be set by INEC.
I agree with you totally on this, and I guess you beat me to that one. I mean, digitalization of some of these things will make it very easy and more accessible to everybody. But what INEC has done is a kind of hybrid thing. You could do this registration online, but you still need to go to an INEC office to get
the card.
I think that will make things unnecessarily difficult. And I would like for us to invite the INEC people to this studio to interrogate, the possible technologies that they can easily introduce to our elections, and the issue of rigging, and which is at the core of electoral violence, will be solved, including registration of new voters or issues that have to do with voters card, change of location, and all that. It would be nice for the
INEC person can come, but it's like inviting any of the bank people in ENUGU to come, and you are asking on hardcore decision issue. He will tell you, Lagos, our office in Lagos.
This is a social.
Because if you come on, ask any
INEC person,
he will tell you the chairman will have to take decision about some major decisions.
But there's a feedback. What I'm saying is that we will bring a high-ranking INEC official, not just anybody here, to interrogate some of these issues, so that Nigerians will also, we will get their questions through our social media handles. Because I believe that a lot of the things like vote that we are doing in this country with digitization, with the digital technology available today, I mean, people can stay at the comfort of their zone, scan their voter's card, or key in their information and vote. You understand? If we begin to vote more virtually than physically, violence will go down, rigging will go down, the cost of logistics will drastically go down. And we use our tools for a lot of things. Like he said, if we can use phones to run transactions running into millions and billions, how difficult is it to use our phones to vote or register to vote? You understand? So I think sometimes these things are intentional. We just create the system to be able to give a leeway for the criminal aspect of that process.
Mojija, when Nigeria were going on this NEPA thing, they will stop and say, you now buy card and recharge. Almost some of those NEPA officials who carry ladder everywhere, some of them committed suicide because they now find out that the business is gone. So when you say they made it for purpose, you are right. If you digitalize Nigeria electoral system, violence, large budget, deception, rigging will come down drastically.
Let's be optimistic that they're working towards it. We had another conversation. Osun elections coming up on the 15th of next month, and INEC will be having a mock accreditation exercise going on the 1st of August, where they will be, trying, test running how the actual election will look like. What's your take on that? I think it's...
Is it not the same on shoe where is it thugs have killed, carried the cards?
Yes,
you know, so why are you planning? You plan to fail, and you are still looking. I want me to come here and waste energy discussing
in this program.
What happened to the PVC batch
that was scattered away?
That have been scattered away.
You know, we're here in this program. We talked about how INEC comes out.
People are being killed. The issue of kidnapping has made people to panic. It is the panic that is responsible for the fear we are getting now. I remember being growing up as a child, and my mom used to talk about kidnappers in local contexts. It's the same methodology, it's the same kidnapping. But here, people have started being kidnapped in large numbers using modern technologies to do that. And the issue of media being able, when I talk of media, I'm not blaming you guys, so don't hold it against me. But when you look at the issue of social media being able to now spread the words, people become more aware of what is happening in their environment. Today in Nigeria, nearly everybody wants to be a broadcaster, everybody wants to be a journalist, everybody wants to be a pastor, and they want to predict the future. So you have this conflation of information swinging around. I mean, you go to the YouTube about information in Nigeria. They talk all sorts of rubbish. None of them is verifiable. It's all mongering, you know, fear mongering, and it's unchecked. So talking about being unchecked, then we now elevate the conversation to statutory responsibility into managing all those things. And this is where you start looking at the managers of our society, what they do, or whether they are the architects of these problems. And I think they are.
Prof, yeah, I would like to veer off a little bit into development, knowing your background in development economy. I could recall in the early days of the post-independence Nigeria, the regions had development agenda. In the southeast, they had in the then eastern Nigeria, they had a 30-year development agenda. You have the cashew farm settlements, you have the palm settlements, you have the cement factories, industrial clusters. Every sector of the economy got an attention, and there was a clear blueprint, there's a clear roadmap to development. And I remember the early days of the current wave of insecurity. It started in the early 2000s, during the regime of President Obasanjo, when the Niger Delta militants took up arms against the government, and by 2009, the Boko Haram was founded in northern Nigerian state of Maiduguri, Borno State, that's Maiduguri. So, from a developmental perspective, and here you mentioned that, when there's fire, could you call fire trucks and so on and so forth. From a developmental perspective, do you think that the root cause and the solution lies with proper development planning and execution?
Absolutely correct. Because in terms of development, how does the development agenda emanate and how does it spread? First of all, if you're talking about development, you have to enact a policy. And before you enact a policy, you have to undertake a proper consultation, because where do you get your figures? Where do you get your information from? It has to be an authentic, concrete information. You talk about cashew. Before cashew industry was set up there, a proper local consultation was made, analysis of how that is going to move from A to B. So if you now set that up in developmental terms, then you come to a stage where you talk about the budget for that development. That budget needs to be monitored, needs to be followed through. But here in our country, we bastardize on nearly everything. The politicians, the managers, are not interested. Look at the budgets we set up, billions and billions, and those billions never leave the offices. And how do you expect development to work? You talk about regional development. You probably miss the development that is happening within the communities. It's only when you go to places like Abakaliki and Anam, where they still produce yam in the quantity and quality they used to do that. Other people have avoided farming, and we have those in that nuclear level by which you can escalate it. Cashew, yes, cashew industry is one, but people still plant cashew in their localities. Now, how many local authorities, and I have tried to discuss this with some local government chairmen, do you have a policy of planting trees, fruit trees, in your local government? You have the long streets that gets into local government headquarters, and there are no trees there. What does it cost to plant mangoes on two sides of it? And when the mangoes come, you cannot. Look at what is happening in Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso plants mangoes. They are now exporting mango juice. They planted tomatoes. They're now exporting tomato juice. And these things, when you involve in that, you are mopping up the unemployed population into productive activities. And they are also feeding themselves in the process. We need to move away from this whole idea of thinking that development lies up there in the sky, where everybody's busy chasing millions and billions and fancy nice cars and air conditions and stuff like that. Because that is what is being shown to the public, and the public are buying into that and falling head over heels, killing themselves in the pursuit of what is not there. So the managers, the policymakers, need to be more accountable, and the local people, us, need to hold them accountable to those. They all have budgets for all those things.
Okay, so now let's look at our population.
Yeah.
Of course, the giant of Africa. Do you think we're really taking, leverage, taking advantage of not just our popularity, but our exposure, having our top, citizens being in different top international institutions, to develop Nigeria as a country, and of course, staying in the agenda of developmental plan?
Of course, we're underutilizing. In fact, we're not even utilizing our potentials at all. We're too busy going around in circles. We're too busy exchanging banters that is not going anywhere. This television program, what's the exit strategy from this television program? Who takes us serious from what we say? Who calls you and say, oh, data from this your program, how can we use it in policy implementation? Nobody. It becomes an entertainment. We are so bad into enjoying ourselves, enjoyment. Again, I use Burkina Faso as an example. A lone ranger captain took it upon himself, and now Burkina Faso's diasporas are rushing home to go and do some work because there's sincerity of purpose. They love their country. They become interested in developing their country. Here, we are interested in looting our country. And when we can't have access to looting our countries, we start looting ourselves. You take your car to a vulcanizer to fix a puncture. He makes 2 more punches in order to charge you more money. And here we're talking about insecurity. Are you secure to leave your car with a vulcanizer and go to the market and come back and pick your car up in the same way it is? So I keep coming back to look yourself in the mirror. We are not looking at ourselves. And yet we have so many churches that preach heaven and earth to our people. We have more churches If you go to Norway, the whole country has got less than 20 churches nationally. How many do you have in the street of Ababa? One street in Ababa. And they will come straight from duping you to the church and from the church to come and duping you again. What has it got to do with what has it got to do with international giantism? Giantism is just politicians using those words to keep us in check or to divert our attention into while they're doing other things. I mean, you look at the issue of the millions that say Abacha is to. Now, how many of them have they told you have arrived back in Nigeria? And where are they? So you have that, you see that Nigeria has just gone in a way that you don't blame people who start being skeptical about the question of safety and development in Nigeria. I doubt if Nigeria is developing or whether they are going backward. The fact that they're building wide, fancy roads painted in different colors does not suggest that, because you can't drive on it. There are death traps. If you drive on it, you see all trailers turning upside down. You don't know how many people killed there. We don't have that information. What is the economic damage that has created? We have to check our value systems. Tell ourselves the truth. You have this jackpying of leaving the country. Yes, in various countries, you have Nigerians doing very well because they are operating within straitjackets. We don't have straitjackets here. We have such a fluid situation that anybody can drive on different sides of the road at the same time, and at the same time on the phone participating in an Umuna meeting, and he gets away with it. You cannot continue to behave that way and expect. There's some people that say it's only a mad person that does something the same way and expect a different result.
All right, Prof. The Northwest banditry, the crisis of banditry in the Northwest, the farmer had that clashes in North Central, I sit at home, and gunmen in Southeast, oil theft in the South. Are these isolated conflicts or symptoms of one failed system?
It's symptoms of one failed system. Like I said to you, if you plant mangoes you don't expect. You mention all these buzzwords, but they have genealogies. They have the root causes of that. So why are we fighting banditry when we are not told how it all started? Look at Boko Haram. We heard about when some politicians say, I'll make this country ungovernable. Applaud. Nobody took the politicians to task to explain what that means or how that comes about. There are comments you make, even on television as we are, there are comments you make. By the time you finish on that comment, the security agents are waiting for you on there to assist them. To get to the bottom of it or to develop it. The security approaching you does not necessarily mean a bad thing. It could be for you to help them, because the issue of security is too big and too important to be left into the hands of agencies alone or security agencies. It is our collective responsibility. So we need to take a collective approach to it. You talk about the Delta issues. The Delta issues started way back in the 50s when Shell took over and started paying to the community the agreed amount of money for community development. And that did not happen. The Community Development Fund did not trickle down to the communities where it should be. Then the communities obviously endured it, did a lot within their powers until the youth came up and said, we are not having this anymore. And they took to a different approach to addressing it. So we are looking for solutions miles away. We're looking for solutions miles away, but it is right down under our nose. Right down within our capabilities to get these things sorted out. So let's tell us.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
In those days, you are the principal, you dressed in uniform with us. So he was the Dobro, a reverend father, but if there's an extra, wear khaki with us, you go. So if you look at it from that perspective, you don't need to ask whether the military of those days were not even full soldiers. We don't have I hope it's not blocking.
It's okay.
You don't have he was distracting me, but
you don't have AK-47. You have those things.
No, it's not even the equipment. We had everything we needed. But whatever I was going to say, in 1966, when the coup happened, that uniqueness of the military, irrespective of the truth, made the commanders to guide we to our respective contingent bases.
So there was order.
There was order, and we were loved. My platoon commander, Brigadier General Nasarawa of the blessed memory. I still remember HQ Denwa, who was military governor of, who was the executive governor of Imo State under the democracy, was my colleague at Lanleta when this happened. We were all under Nasarawa. And Nasarawa is from Kebbi, because he's dead now, from Kebbi State. Well, he saw us as his children and made sure that none of his cadets, anything happened to them, were guided back to our respective contingents.
The country valued you.
It valued us.
There was positivity.
Exactly.
So let's bring it back to the situation we have in Nigeria today. I mean, the country is plagued by insecurity. Almost every section of the country is suffering one insecurity challenge or the other. You're now retired, but you were in the military for so many years. Looking back, where do you think we are getting it wrong in terms of fighting internal security challenges?
Let me come very blunt. Misgovernance, you can quote me. Misgovernance is responsible for insecurity in this country. If you see anybody walking the street, he may look wretched and all, but he wears his head on his neck. Any nonsense you are doing, they're saying it. Unless and until our attitude to governance change. You see, it's like an ideology. You don't kill it. You can fight those. The moment the society does not feel cheated in any form, then you can be sure that insecurity must went down. Okay? You asking me what is responsible? So many. If you look at what they say is budgets and what people spend, either for the Senate or House of Reps or in the House of Assembly and all those things, and you see so many young men who have schooled. Like, your question is so confusing because I say this is a country where you walk the street and you pick gold because everything was there for you. If these guys can't get the opportunity to even walk and they have age of marrying, they can't marry. They have age of when you look, they do anything they can't.
Because of the scarcity of opportunity, the youths are getting more desperate and they're more likely to tilt towards crime.
And some people said,
yeah,
sir, that because the military has also, because of degeneration and lack of governance, that even the military, so much respected, had been infiltrated by saboteurs or bandits and terrorists. That's why we are going planting seeds with squirrel in our bags. What do you think?
You see, when you ask me to tell you my mind, I tell you my mind. Whether my statement is relevant to the question or not, the misconception of the civilians about what democracy is the bane of our problem. I can tell you that. Because you don't just start buying private jets and start building this thing because you are in the office for 4 years. How many, look, what are you people telling me? I'm not advocating for military rule. But I can tell you so many living military administrators who don't even have vehicles today. I can spill the bean, I don't care. How much was I paid as a brigadier general then? 36,000 naira. And I lived comfortably. Yes. 36,000 naira was my take-home pay. So unless you also change your attitude, I was coming to it. In the military, you don't deny people opportunities. But I'm not an advocate of military rule. Continue. But any of you who pass through the military rule will know the difference between governance and your so-called democratic system. And I thought that when I came into politics, I could change things. They didn't even give you the opportunity. 3 times I ran for Senate. 3 times I won. And 3 times they blocked you. Because Nigerians hate being told the truth. I don't care if I die today. No regrets, man.
No, you wouldn't die. General.
No, I'm just telling you. That's why I'm telling you that I'm spilling the beans.
Well, you are blaming the civilians, and we agree with you largely that there has been misgovernance. However, talking about the military,
yes,
so many cases of the rank and file who are in the front line complaining about the treatment they get from their superiors. They don't get their supplies, their arms, their ammunitions. There's a lot of corruption being complained by military personnel. Also, the military, the defense is being governed by the army, echelon, and they have their budget. You still have military guys being paid 100,000 naira. The morale is low. The soldiers are poorly, remunerated. The welfare is poor. Who do we blame for this? The civilian too?
Good. Listen to me and listen very carefully. I didn't even know when I spilled the beer. I said, as a brigadier general, I was taking 36,000 naira. A soldier gets 100,000 naira. To us, it was big. This is one wicked country that never takes care of its military. I've been on courses, India, Pakistan, US, even France. There's no way you can compare the mega thing they give us with them. But that's why I think we're a very lucky country, because the average soldier is committed to his profession. Just give him little encouragement and he does the job for you. Okay, you asked a question there. I don't know. Listen, and I want you to get this right. There's no way you don't get bad eggs and good eggs. You understand me? I wouldn't say that because let me encapsulate it in this way. Every person is the product of the environment. The environment that produces you has tremendous influence in you. You can be whatever, but if the upbringing was bad ab initio, if you are coming from a criminally infested mind and that kind of a thing, it will continue. So for soldiers complaining about welfare and that kind of a thing, individuals are bound to complain, but I mean are bound to feel otherwise. Just as I said earlier on, that when people walk and see kids on the road, you think that they don't know what you are doing. No.
You think that the political influence on the recruitment of the military has hampered the development of our military and the ability to fight insecurity?
Yes, that's the best question I can ever get here. I don't know, but the idea of once you become a president, you choose who commands your army, navy, and air force, has dealt a dead blow to the military profession, because you now have a colony of retired military experienced officers. I mean, hey, I'm not God, but I garnered my experience in the military. I told you how I started in 1964. Went to the Biafra. I was a military officer in Biafra. You understand me? Came back, still went back to Nigerian Army, and I was able to rise to Brigadier General. Okay? Each step you take, you find something there. That's experience.
Process.
It's a process. Yeah, but when you announce, when you become a leader and decide to pick Oji or Emma, because you know him or you feel safe, and make him, by our norm, let me even use it that way. Even now, I cannot take order from my junior. It doesn't happen anywhere.
Okay.
And the military is so, excuse me, don't come here, because this is where people are getting it wrong. That's a very intelligent question. Work on it. If you are more interested in publishing news and that kind of thing, go ahead.
Go on, sir. We are listening.
But the solution is, and I'm telling the political class, allow these young men to garner experience and grow. I have never pretended, even in my CV, that I was an officer in Biafra Army. I don't say the rank of, I was a captain twice in my life, and I'm proud to say it. Captain in Biafra, captain again in Nigeria. For goodness sake, I didn't buy it. But it made me know a lot of things. You are not giving these boys the opportunity. Of course, the promotion is better now. At our own time, you can sit on the rank for 5 years, 6 years. You never get it. But the point is, even when you get it, don't just pick, because one thing with the military, and I think it is the fear of being afraid, like we say in the military, that makes every president to go and pick either his countryman or whoever to feel safe. No. Yeah, it's affecting the military. It's affecting the military.
Okay, you've clearly mentioned the commitment and dedication
of the
from the military, yes, the leaders, right?
Exactly.
The leadership back then. Now let's look at the current situation Nigeria is facing now. The different money budgets that have been put into the budget from the National Assembly, and yet we still have corruption, we still have insecurity, and these things are not carried out. If you were to compare back then and now, would you still see the military the way it was, and would you say this is active with them?
It's academically, no. But practically, you understand me? Yes, I see the military. Because when you make a budget, tell yourself the whole truth, man. You allocate 50 billion to the military. And in that budget, you are releasing only 1 billion. What do you expect that person to go? To go and carry cassava wood, like cassava stick, and go? No. You should stop deceiving yourself. So I must tell the truth. When you make the budget, release it. But don't just go to the. I'm sorry to say it. My greatest aspiration after the military was to be a senator. But I tell you, the present level of senators, I don't care, whoever they are, they've not represented this country well. They've not helped this country to grow. They've not helped democracy to develop. What are we talking? Because it is at the legislature. There are checks and balances. That's why you have the executive. That's why you have the legislature. and you have the judiciary. Are you talking about corruption in the military? What of the judiciary? Sometimes I'm ashamed to be. I was called to the Najamba. I don't know which year we are now, but I was called to the Najamba as a captain, 2nd July 1982. So if you look at it now, I'm almost 40 something or 50 years in the back. And then you start looking at judges giving judgments which even a law student will find fault in. It's part of the corruption. And that's why I started by saying that everybody is a product of the environment that created him.
Everybody is a product of the environment that created. We have the corruption in the governance system, the judiciary is corrupt, politicians corrupt, the economy corrupt, health sector corrupt, everything about Nigeria corrupt.
Yes.
Even the military that used to, when you see them,
Exactly.
the command order is now infiltrated with corruption.
Exactly.
Where do we go from there, sir? At 80, at this time, you are an advisor in all ramifications.
Well, my advice still dovetails into what I told you earlier on. Good governance, it starts from there. And for people you elect for checks and balances to do their work for checks and balances, the legislature has contributed to failure of the democracy. Because if I were in the Senate, they blocked me. You can't kill me. Nobody gags me. From the way
place is coming up, okay? So we have a very good relationship. The same thing with the one in Nsukka, Ikenga Hotel. Ikenga Hotel is a 4-star hotel as we speak. And we are waiting for Marriott for the international 5-star hotel, which is at ICC. So it is safe to invest in ENUGU. We don't have any issues or any problem with our partners. We have a wonderful and a cordial relationship. Thank you.
That's wonderful to hear, Ma, before my colleagues on with the next question. You are a mother, and you value care about people. How will you rate the welfare metrics of this government when they say this government is overtaxed? We that live in ENUGU, can we have access to these tourist centers when they are developed? Are they reserved for only tourists that will come? Because people in ENUGU are complaining about
stomach tourism. That's what you're talking about.
too much taxations and even the private
Stomach
people
tourism.
who are investing in the tourism.
That
the
should be.
private people are investing in tourism, the tenancy levies and all tax, and they're pushing it back to the common man in the street. How do we relate to this development index with the welfare index of the people?
Well, the tourism sites will be very, very affordable. Now, remember that they are not in the cities. They are in villages. And then these communities, like I always tell them each time I have an encounter with them, I tell them, anytime I have an engagement with them, I tell them that you are the first beneficiaries of what we are doing here. If you go to Ngo now, I'll just give you an example. I am from Oji River. I will not come from Oji to Ngo to be the tour guide there. Neither will I be the one selling opade or granite. You see, so when you talk about tourism,
You missed the akara and plantain.
it's very important. So whatever you are doing there, you have direct and indirect opportunities and employment. So it will be very affordable for everybody to go in. It's not for the high. In ENUGU, we don't even have the high and the mighty. No.
We all high and
No. Well, in ENUGU, ENUGU is a leveler. Everybody is equal in ENUGU. And yes, that's the truth. And then talking about this tax. Do you know the problem? The problem is that before now, I had a tax.
I agree with you.
That's just the problem.
So the tax will be collected in this tenure of government, so that
Before now, we were not paying taxes. That's just the problem.
So any tax is big tax.
So for us, any small thing. In my house in Lagos, they call themselves Loma, which is what Eswama we have here, Loma we have in Lagos. I know how much we pay. I know how much we pay every month. Okay, try it in Enugu. try it in
So
Enugu.
let's find out from your ministry what work relationship is your ministry having with transport, entertainment, agriculture regarding maximizing, contribution, to the revenue, and most importantly, the entertainment to bring about awareness outside Enugu, the different tourist centers that we have in this very region.
Okay. When I talk about my ministry, I usually divide it into 4. I talk about culture, arts and culture. I talk about creative economy, which is where your question is going to. I talk about hospitality, and then I talk about the eco-tourism. Now, you find out that tourism is the heartbeat of development in every country. You have talked about transportation. Tourism, we need access. That is where transportation comes in, because access is the pillar of tourism. If you don't have access, you cannot. There's no tourism. So we have we are connected to the Ministry of Transport. Okay, we are connected with Ministry of Agriculture. When a tourist comes, tourists will eat. Tourists will eat okpa, eat our bacha, eat everything. He will visit the restaurants, he will go to hotel. So tourism is actually the heartbeat of everything that is happening in the state.
Just a follow-up. Okay.
Entertainment part of it.
Before now, Enugu was last in entertainment before the advent of this administration. But since we came into power by the special grace of God, Enugu is now second. The only state that is above Enugu is Lagos State. Once you talk about Lagos, the next state is Enugu. And that's why people like Davido was here last year, 1st November, for a show. KC and E-Money, they were here Easter last year for a show. What's his name? Olamide has reached out to us now. He's coming. I understand that Rema has also reached out for next year. And then we've had all our musical concerts from year to year. Now, from 2023 that we came in till now, we've had Roadblock. We brought back Roadblock. Before 2023, Roadblock was last heard in Enugu in 2014. We brought back the Roadblock. We introduced Jerick Hood. Jerick has his show now every year, every December. Same with Cola Boy. Now Ivado has joined. What's his name now? Aguero Banks has joined. And Tough King. Everybody wants to have a show in Enugu. Same thing with the comedy section. MC Monica, he has had his show twice now. I'm sure he will have again this year. We have all our festivals, the New Yam Festival, the New Yam Festival, Mongu Festival, Enugu Cultural Day, a lot. The Eastern Nigeria Film Festival is also part of it. Coast City Film Festival, a lot. Eastern Nigeria Fashion, Food and Fashion. We've had the Jeans Carnival. We've had Ankara Festival just last month.
The Okpa Festival.
Okpa Festival, Abacha Festival.
Jan, the organization that is talking
Chomobi.
What's the relationship with the ministry?
Chioma is a part of the ministry. Okay, her event will come up in September, I am sure. Our event is coming up in September, and we are part and parcel of that.
Commissioner, before I ask you my next question, I want to remind you that you said before now that you are trying to make reference to previous governments. I want to remind you that the previous government is the same continuity that is happening now. One political family has been ruling Enugu since 1999. So you are still comparing yourselves with yourself. But that's not my question, Honorable Commissioner. Well, you talked about creative economy. And of course, you know that one tickles me very well. Recently, you represented the governor at the ENUGU, and you said, we will return Nollywood to Enugu.
Yes.
I see a lot of young people creating content online, and I noticed a trend that even Anambra, that is almost a rural state, is ahead of Enugu in terms of the number of content creators that have mainstreamed themselves, that have broken even. I can tell you this because it's my tough. However, that's not in the form of chastisement. I want to know, when you made this statement, which is categorical, what are the plans? What plans do you have? Because growing up, Enugu was home to Nollywood. The motion picture and content has moved slightly away from what it used to be to these days you could make content within 2 minutes in your bedroom. What concrete plans, what plans does the state have to boost the creative industry for the young people, for Enugu people? What is your plan to bring back Nollywood to Enugu?
Everybody knows that Enugu happens to be the home, the birth home of Nollywood. 90% of the actors and the actresses, the producers, they all started from Enugu. After a while, there was exodus, and they all left Enugu. Some went to Asaba. Later, they left Asaba and went to Benin, and then some went to Lagos. Now, we came up and we said that we must bring back Nollywood to Enugu. There must be a homecoming, and that is our target. And then we have engaged them. We've had series of meetings with, there's a group led by Blessing. Her name is Blessing, I remember. No, not Nkiru. This is a Producers Association of Nigeria. We've had series of meetings with them. We've had series of meetings with the Actors Guild of Nigeria, and then the Enugu State branch too. There are discussions ongoing about having a film village. We've actually gotten a team that would go, well, a partner that will come and do it. Now we are discussing with another person too. So we are looking at having, if we can get even one game village, film village, it will go a long way. And then we'll try to give them all the necessary support that we can. We'll try to make the state comfortable for them. We'll try to give them a good environment. Now, anyway, even as they are driving past the road, at all our beautiful roundabouts, you see them making content, creating content. And the truth be told, the state has actually done well in providing these amenities for them. You can
very clear development plan. There are those short-term measures that you have discretionary power over. But the long-term plan the institutions maintain. So it's like you have to budget for them. But then if you have base everything on short-term cycles, and this is what I've seen all over the world, if you don't maintain, and it's not even an individual, because like I'm sitting here, I mean, I don't think I'm getting there, but if I become president, the next day I scrap this issue of not building flyovers. So what I'm saying is that if we leave it to individual discretion, and then we have our own emotions imputed into policy making, it dies away. But that of policy is a very rigorous process. The rigor is beyond an individual, and it has to be incorporated. So policy reversal is often when there are a few people that made them, and they made them in their interest. And then you see them get reversed very quickly because everybody's pursuing their own interest. Therefore, there's a solution to that, and that goes back to the issue I said. If I have to change the Nigerian situation, I'll start by reforming the macro institutions. There is household institution, which is the foundation of all these things, And then there are all the other institutions. But then the overall institutions are the ones that determine what gets permitted and what's tolerated.
You're from Achi, Ojiriva in Enugu State. In Enugu here, since 1999, every governor that comes with their own policy, pronouncements, and direction. Sullivan Chime came with the 4-point agenda. Lawrence Ifeanyi came with the rural development. And now the current governor, Mr. Peter Mbah, is come with the disruptive innovation. However, the governor has made attempts to revamp some moribund assets and completed some abandoned projects like the Presidential Hotel and the International Conference Center. Do you think there is hope? Are things changing for the better? Is the Enugu State policy incubation getting sustainable? Or is it still the usual old system?
Well, to a large extent, it's still the usual old system because it is not either partisan or individual approach that leads to that sustainable development. It has to be the institution. Once you make policy, there's national planning, there's state planning and all that. They have some standard by which they approve policies. Basically, what individuals can do in any policy is the strategy. How do I get this achieved? It's not about the policy itself. It's like the law of the land. If everybody has to change law to fit, maybe they're already doing something like that. If everybody has to change the law to fit their own personal needs, then you have no law. Yeah. So it's a bit, policy is a little below law. The policy is like about what's get tolerated.
Like the Bible of the society.
Well, the law is the Bible, but then the policy is about what step do we take to get these things going. Yeah, economy is not under law. It's not like you can say, oh, we must grow or we must achieve what we call sustainable development, what we call good growth. But you must allow an institution some steady state in this system, and that is the institution that maintains. Whether Sullivan comes, whether Mbah comes, and all that, there are standards that they must adhere to, and that's where you say nobody is above the law. There are things that you imbibe in the law that they cannot exceed. But if you leave everything open just because they're elected, that it becomes a problem. So it is the public institutions that hold them accountable to a level. So you don't just abandon because somebody else adopted it. No. What did you do when he was adopting it? Some people adopted it. So you must respond to some needs and not personalize what goes in the public.
Just to follow up with that, the Ojiriva Power Station collapsed, new technologies in the power sector, Enugu lost the coal economy, and there was no follow-up on that. Maybe the lack of anticipation you are talking about. Do you think with policy sustainability, the cost of things would have been totally different?
Well, if you want to go to the tacit element of sustainable development, sometimes we call it good growth. Good growth. There is something that keeps some of these things in check. It's called technology. Yeah, innovation and technology, which is why you talked about the current governor, and you talked about disruptive innovation. Of course, all innovations are not good. You can innovate in the wrong direction, but still, again, the public. Yeah, so there is that good growth that you must achieve. So technology drives it. It's like the people have to come up with an idea that amends whatever was done. And that's why what you call actual democracy. It's not just about going to vote. It's also about saying how things must go. And it's also about being incorporated in the process. So you talk about moribund projects and all that. Yes, most of them actually died because we did not internalize the technologies.
Thank you, sir. Once again, let me come back and say, in the current Nigeria economic policy, is centered on micro-fiscal restructuring, removal of fuel subsidy, unification of foreign exchange markets, and tax reforms. These four codes has put us where we are, up to the point that the former vice president was wanting to say this is where we were. You know, he couldn't even say it. Instead,
saying for a long time he was biting his tongues. This is brought us where we were, and the people were making fun of that. Now you find in some governments, like I keep mentioning from head to toe, the yes templates. Houses of assembly, national and states, are just yes members. The structure that we put in place that will make us to think through processes are just, and then one man, winner takes it all, takes us on a ride, and then we find ourselves where we are. As a development economist, what do you think we can do right now? Because the chain is all going through and through and through again. We get to another cycle where one man wins and they say either the president or governor, and everybody is saying, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Nobody is questioning these actions. Like you said, it become individual policy.
Well, last time I gave you some data that I suppose summarized the state of existence in Nigeria. I gave you an instance where Nigeria's GDP per capita was $4,000 in 2014. And by 2026, or let's say 25, it's 1,500. What that implies is that, look, there's a lot of people that don't know what they're doing. If you're going down, it could be, yes, the pilot is trying, but the plane is going to crash. And that speaks to what we spoke about last time, collapsing. So it looks like we have gone through the cycles of people that don't know when they're hurting themselves. It's not just hurting others. What they're doing seems pleasurable. I don't know how else I can explain it. What you're doing in the interim is it's like you start taking a drug and all that. It feels good initially. And then it continues to feel good. But what happens eventually? Go down. So the point is that people cannot do what they don't know. One thing that is missing, even among the populace in Nigeria, is proper education. So you can excuse the parliament or whatever you call it, I'm sorry to use the word, whatever, or the House of Assembly, House of Congress and all that we have in Nigeria, or even the ministries and ministers. If they reflect what they came from, the society, where you're not well educated. So in the absence of that, you can't do what you don't know. I said it last time, you're sitting here because you know what you're doing. Bring somebody who doesn't know what he's doing, and you see that this place will not work. Your technicians are working because they know what to do. So what happens is that the first thing that happened was that we destroyed our education system. When I went to school, maybe that was the time that we started destroying it. When we started scrambling to go abroad and all that. That's where we destroyed it. And some of our mates are now the ones leading it.
Let's go back to your years of experience, being an economist. You've come across different administrations, not just in Nigeria, but internationally. The question now is, should policies be protected legally, to stop political interference, and to guarantee consistency and long-term implementation?
That's a very great question. Everybody's asking that question, but then who is going to protect it? It's still the people. So the best thing to do is to protect the people who are going to protect. And how do you protect them? You educate them, you prepare them. So if you want to really change the policies in some of the countries that I've been to, United States and all that, you see people coming out to debate. And people who know why that policy was adopted. And you see an educated population absorbing that debate and refusing. And therefore, because they're educated, it's a cycle. There's no God that will protect anything. It's a cycle. If you don't go towards what they think you should do, you get dismissed. They throw you out. You don't get elected. So that goes back to the people I was talking about.
So it's a cycle.
It's an ecosystem. Let me use that word.
Okay, ENUGU moved from 36th to 6th in the Ease of Doing Business Index. How do we build a sustainable system that will make sure this does not collapse as soon as this regime leaves? Also, you like to cite the Rwanda example. I want to ask, what worked for Rwanda, Malaysia, Indonesia, and all the developing countries that have made serious gains, Brazil, in the last few years?
I will give you one thing you do in life is that if you don't have that initiative of your own, you imitate, you copy. Some of these countries copied. Yeah? So they adopted policy. But there's one more thing they didn't do. It's just adopt policies for the sake of it. They went and learned what it requires to sustain that policy. So if you don't learn, if you pick the product and you don't pick the process, maybe that's the biggest problem in Nigeria. People pick, you can see, I mean, you have a very fanciful studio and all that. But eventually you realize that if you don't understand how this works, or nobody understands how it's constructed, it decays on you. So there's more important part of technology that's about the process than the product. What is missing in Nigeria is that we copy, we're easily bringing in products, loading products, and they're decaying on us, and nobody can sustain. Because, you know, again, going back to the fact that we are oil country and oil-rich country, and then we're consuming a lot of imports. We have now made it a specialty to continue consuming. But nobody is caring about the tacit elements, the so-called intellectual element. Intellectualism is an endangered word in Nigeria.
local.
International communities observing every
Where the meat market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello guys, I bring you gracious greetings in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. I believe you and yours are doing great today. It is with great joy that I welcome you to Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. And today's show will be greatly thrilled. You'll be greatly thrilled. You'll be informed, you'll be edified, and most of all, you'll be educated. Therefore, gather your family and friends and let's enjoy the show together. My name is Victor Chief Judge, and I say you are most welcome. All right, you see, a songwriter said something, count your blessings, name them one by one. You will see what the Lord has done for you. Now, I want you to think about it, just like David told himself in Psalms 103 and verse 1, down the verses. He said, bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me, bless his holy name. He said he forgives your iniquities, he heals your diseases, he crowns you with loving kindness and tender mercies and all that. You know, when you sit down to think about the goodness of God in your life, you begin to see that he deserves your worship. He deserves your worship. So I would like you to just feel free. You know, I can just stand and say, Lord, I am grateful for all the things that you have done. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for your mercy. Thank you for my family. Thank you for my business. Thank you for my career. Thank you for a whole lot of things to be grateful for. It makes you sing a song. It makes you dance. It makes you do a whole lot of things just in appreciation to God. All right? Let it be a habit. Let it be something you express every single minute of the day. Thanksgiving is not scheduled. Any day, any time, you can just thank God. Just thank God. Go ahead and give him all the praise that he deserves it. All right? And you see, one of the things that you do in life to move ahead is to reflect. When you reflect, you take stock of what has happened, what is in the present, and hopefully you will know what will happen in the near future. So in this segment, I want you to pay close attention to what you will be receiving, the word of God that has the capacity to transform your life. I'll be right back to continue the show with you.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the meat market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
When things are working well in your life, you say, God has blessed me. God is with me. I have found favor with God. However, when things turn sour and things are not working well, or you're visited by tragedy, sickness, loss of job, and many other challenges, then you say, God has abandoned me. God is no longer with me. Or even, in some cases, God is punishing me because of my sins or the sins of my ancestors. We all go through this kind of swing between feeling the presence of God and sometimes feeling the absence of God. And I think that it was in that kind of situation that the early church found itself after the death, resurrection, and ascension of Jesus Christ. They wondered, where is God? They wondered about the future of the mission and the future of their lives. They wondered about their ultimate destiny. Even in the second reading for Ascension, we hear the disciples asking the Lord, are you going to restore the kingdom? That's the question that comes from the uncertainty deep down within their hearts. But this constant swing between feeling the presence of God and the absence of God, I think is something that humanity, all of us, modern day Christians, we inherited this from our ancestors. Whether it's in my own case, from my own African ancestors, or in other cases, the Europeans, the Asians, Middle Easterners, Australians, indigenous people, everywhere, there was this conscious attempt by the ancients to deal with the absent God. And they sought in their own way to make images, idols, so that with those idols they can connect with God, with the spirits, and all the other supernatural intermediaries that they made in order to live with this fact that they cannot deal with the absent God. The ancient captured this word, this tendency with the term Deus otiosus, the idea that God is absent from creation. God doesn't want to be bothered with us. That is the God of the Greeks, not the God of our Lord Jesus Christ. Or the other extreme, Deus ex machina, the God who intervenes. Yes, he abandons the world, and then things get array, scattered, tragedy, then suddenly, like a machine, God steps into the chaos to make everything right. The Deus ex machina and the Deus otiosus. That's the ancient pagan way of thinking. And we find that in the Old Testament, for instance, when Moses goes up the mountain and the people waited for days and he didn't come down, they said, we don't know what has happened with this Moses and with this God. So then they feel the absence of God and they had to make an idol, the golden calf. These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you out from the land of slavery to the promised land. But we believers, especially in these holy days between the Ascension and the Pentecost, we are invited to think, meditate, and pray to realize that you are not alone, that God is always with you. So rather than the pagan idea of
the absent God or the intervening God who comes only when there is tragedy to fix things. We have the always God, the God who is always with us. Jesus made that promise to his disciples. I am with you always, even till the end of time. I will not leave you orphans. I will come to you. In the world, you will have troubles, but be of good cheer. Be confident, I have overcome the world. All authority on earth and in heaven have been given to me, and I give to you all that I have received from my Father. That's the promise of Jesus. Jesus is present to us. He is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Like St. Paul says, it is in him we live and move and have our being. There is nothing like switching on and switching off in this understanding, in this revelation of God to us. He is always with us. We can connect with him in prayer. We can connect with him by celebrating the sacraments. We can connect with him by doing charity to the poor. We can connect with him in the very depths of our hearts when we allow God to speak deep down to us in our souls, telling us, I am with you. We can connect with him through the church. We can connect with him by hearing the word of God in scripture. So God is always there. Like my mother taught me, Jesus before me, Jesus behind me, Jesus above me, Jesus around me. Why should I be afraid? That is what we are invited as Christians to embrace. The heavens are filled with the glory of God. How great is your name, O God, O Lord our God, through all the earth. You have made, when I look at the heavens, the work of your hands, the moon and the stars that you arranged. Who am I? This poor creature stand. But you think of me, O Lord. God is always thinking of you. He says, even the hair on your head have been counted. His knowledge of you is particular, is unique. It was you, Lord, who knit me in my mother's womb. So what we celebrate, the ascension, is not the end of the story, is the beginning of the story. The ascension marks the completion of Jesus' earthly journey, but it begins a new phase in the work of God in us, now working in us, but with us, through us, in order to make the presence of God felt to the ends of the earth. You shall be my witnesses. Many people are asking the question today, where is God? The unrighteous, the sinners, the despondent, the skeptical, the cynical, the secularists, the materialists, all you name them. The atheists, they're asking, where is our God? Show me your God. Even that doubting Thomas is in us that tells us in the times of tragedy or pain or personal failure, you begin to wonder, where is God? Or you have prayed so much and God is not answering your prayers. You are surrounded by enemies, by threats. You are surrounded by pain. And then that thing in you says, where is God? Remember that God, like St. Augustine says, is closer to me than I am to myself. He is with you. He leads you. These days, as we prepare for Pentecost, open your heart to the Lord and allow the Lord to speak words of faith, hope, and courage into your soul. Allow the Lord to speak life anew into your soul, because our lives are not ordinary. God is in us and we are in God. United with God, one with God, we can never feel the absence of God if we open our hearts always to the workings of divine grace and faith in us. May Jesus hold you by the hand May Jesus confirm in you his presence in your life and give you that blessed assurance. I am with you always, even to the end of life. Amen.
All right, glad to have you back. I believe you were inspired by that session. Please do well to practicalize all that you have learned. I have a very wonderful guest in the studio today, and we are going to be talking about something very critical as it has to do with the Christian faith, and it is the authenticity of God's word. God's word is referred to as the sacred scriptures of Christianity, known as the Bible. It is considered the inspired and authoritative word of God revealed to humanity through various authors and prophets. You understand? And the Bible remains one of the books in history to attract several questions, misconceptions, and above all, misinterpretation, thereby making the presentation and propagation, challenging from one generation to another. However, today, to shed some light on the topic, is a great man of God and a father of faith in the state and the nation at large, hosting a whole lot of radio programs that has blessed lives across the nation. He is the lead pastor of the Triumphant Christian Church worldwide. Friends, help me make welcome Pastor Emmanuel Ogidiolu to Gospel Lounge. Good to see you, sir.
Very much. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
I welcome you, viewers.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Straight to it. Why is the Bible the most controversial book in history?
Well, I think truly the Bible is the most controversial book.
Yes, sir.
There is no two way about it.
Yeah.
To start with, the Bible is the most published, most read, most translated book in the history of mankind. So it's controversial, but there are reasons why it is so.
Okay.
And I'll give you some of the reasons. Number one, the bold claim about truth and God.
Okay.
The Bible claims to be the exclusive word of God. In 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16, we are told the word of God is given by the inspiration of God, profitable for doctrine, for rebuke, for instruction in righteousness, so that the man of God may be perfect, complete to do every good work.
Yeah.
In 2 Peter, we are told, chapter 1, that the prophecies that were given were not just the opinions of men, but the holy men of God spoke as they were moved by the Holy Spirit. Now, it's the only Bible that claims that Jesus Christ is the only way to God. In John 14, verse 6, Jesus said, I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. No one comes to God except by me. Another aspect of it is that in moral and ethical standard, the Bible differs from the cultural things people are used to, and comes and say, well, this is the standard for morality. The Bible is bold on things like sexuality, gender, sin, judgment.
Yeah.
It confronts human pride, sin, and does lay it bare. The Bible says in Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12, that the word of God is powerful, is active, is alive. It divides asunder the soul, the spirit, the joint, and the marrow, and is designer of the thoughts and the intent of the heart.
Yeah.
And that there is nothing that is hidden from the searchlight of the word of God. And then when you look at it again, you find out the divided opinion about the Bible. The truth of the fact is that some people will take the Bible, misinterpret it. And then that's why you find out of the same Bible, some people have built cults. They have built all kinds of things. And then you find also that the Bible is that book that some love with passion,
Yeah.
some burn, some are, even in some countries, the Bible is banned completely.
Yeah,
You are not
yeah.
allowed to bring the Bible into that.
That's right.
Into the nations. So you can't keep asking yourself, why? Because this is the only book that has survived many generations. Why? Because the author of the book itself is the Almighty God. And so you find out that's why the Bible is so controversial. And, you know, when you will now look at our contemporary times, some people have taken the Bible, interpreted it out of context, and then maybe, for example, manipulate people.
And that's exactly the next question that I want to ask you. I mean, within our setting, we have seen abuse.
Yeah,
we've seen misinterpretations and misconceptions of the words of the scriptures. And the question I want to ask you is, what is the issue? What actually is bringing this, and how can we salvage this? Because a lot of people pick a scripture. What you will hear them speak, you'll be asking yourself, is this in my own Bible, or where are they getting this from?
You know, part of why we have this abuse is that on one hand, you have a set of people I will call biblical illiterates.
Okay.
They don't read the Bible, they don't know what is in the Bible, but they want to use the Bible to manipulate people, to control people for their own gain. Now, if you read 2 Peter, for example, chapter 2 from verse 1,
yes, sir.
Peter was saying this. He said, there were many false prophets in the past, even as there shall be false teachers.
Okay.
They will come in creeping and then bring damnable doctrines. And he said the motive behind that is greed. Is greed for gain. And so he said they will merchandise the word of God and make gain for themselves. In fact, the sad aspect of that is that Peter said, because of such people, the way of truth will be evil spoken of. Of course, those people will meet God's judgment.
Yeah.
In chapter 3, Peter says some people will twist the words of Paul to their own destruction, like they twist other part of the scripture. You see, this is part of human frailty.
Yes, sir.
When men yield to their own greed, to their flesh, you can take this Bible and make it say what it does not say. All you have to do is take it out of context. And you see, it's so sad. No matter what you say, there will be a people that will always believe you. That's the sad irony. That's the story about human beings.
Yeah.
I was watching the other time a man, a so-called man of God, in a crusade, so-called, and he was asking people to raise their phone up that they are going to be receiving alert from other
miracle
banks.
alert.
Miracle alert. And I was wondering, what is wrong with people? Have people just lost their senses? Now imagine, if that is true, if I have an account in First Bank, for example, or any of the banks, will I be happy that somebody else is transferring my hard-earned money to another person that I don't know? But you see, that is deceit. That is not true. God is not involved in all of that.
Yeah.
God is not into all those kind of gambling. But you see, because people are gullible, and sometimes they take advantage of the situation of people. People are vulnerable, things are difficult, and then everybody is looking for easy way out.
Yeah.
And then they fall prey to this kind of people, you know, these charlatans.
Yes.
So that's part of the problem. So if you say, what is the way out? It's always difficult. The way out for me is that people should know the truth. And for goodness sake, when you go to any place, don't throw away your head. God give you the head to think. When you go to the book of Acts chapter 17, you read what the Bible says. It said, some men listened to Paul when he came to the city of Berea. And they listened to him And then they will go back home and say, this thing this man say, is it like that? So there was this check and balance.
Yeah.
And then, but we have a generation that does not want to do anything for themselves.
They just take anything.
Say, yes, this man says, hook, line, and sinker. Take everything. You are not supposed to take anything anybody say, regardless of who the person is.
Okay.
You are supposed to compare, you're supposed to look at it. Because if people do that, they can easily read between the lines that this is not okay. Because there are certain things that are not even consistent with the character of God.
True, sir.
For example, someone says ministering somewhere, and is now saying, oh, there are people here, even the woman, you are wearing a green undie, you are wearing, God is too holy to dive into those kind of things.
Yeah.
So when you don't know the character of God, you don't know the principles of God, you don't know the word of God, you just fall gullible to people who are there, charlatans, who are there to defraud people, take advantage of them. And all in the name of God.
This is so mind-blowing. Friends, I hope you are learning a whole lot from these revelations coming. Has to do with biblical literacy. You need to read and study the word of God and know it for yourself. Before I let you go, sir, there's another question I want to talk about. A lot of people have been saying the Bible is scam, the Bible is a scam. A lot of people say this is the white man's book brought to Africa to brainwash us, take away our culture from that. I want you to help us. What are the challenges, to the authority of the Word of God? What are the challenges we see that can make people go to this extent?
I think part of the challenge we have that makes people doubt the authenticity of the Word of God is because they don't even know what they are talking about. A whole lot of people who talk about the Bible, did they know the origin of the Bible? They don't. They don't. For example, the Bible, historically speaking, these are facts that people can check.
Yeah.
You find out the Bible was written between 1,500 years.
Okay.
What we call the Bible, from Genesis to Revelation.
Yes, sir.
It's written within a period of 1,500 years. By 40 authors plus. 40 authors living in different generations. Many don't even know themselves. So it will be almost impossible, if there is no divine author behind this, to make people write a book that will have been compiled now between 1,500 years. And then you see the harmony there.
Yeah.
And then that's not a man's opinion. Archaeological studies have verified many of the things the Bible says about places, about cities, about people who live in the past. They are all been verified. And when you look at it, the Lord Jesus Christ said this. Each time he's talking, he said, it is written. Talking about the scripture. To endorse it. And he now tells you that this scripture cannot be broken. The stories we read about Jonah, the story we read about that, people would have just think it's a fairy tale. But Jesus came and said about Jonah. The moment he said that, he endorsed it.
Yes.
He talked about Lot's wife. So that story we read in Genesis that looked like a fairy tale, Jesus said, remember Lot's wife. He was putting his endorsement on those scriptures. Now, take for example, Isaiah 53 predicted the way Jesus would be crucified.
Yes, sir.
You read it there. When was that? 700 years before Jesus was born.
Wow.
Isaiah predicted exactly in graphic picture what will happen. Psalm 22 was a prophecy of David about Jesus' crucifixion. At that time, several hundred years before the Romans invented crucifixion as capital punishment. Could those things have just been coincidence?
No.
where he will be born. Micah predicted it. And we saw how the whole thing play out. These are historical facts. And now the Bible itself said that this is the word of God, inspired by God. So I think part of the problem is that when people get disappointed, frustrated, sometimes dealing with human beings, like fellow human beings, they get frustrated, and maybe they see someone who did not live up to the standard, they see some other group of people that did not, and so they now use their circumstances to judge the word of God. But like Jesus said, heaven and earth will pass away, but my word will not pass away. Let me conclude by just saying this. I wish I have more time.
Yeah.
Israel as a nation is just a clear fact that this book is real. Do you know that God said in the book of Jeremiah that if you can remove the day, and there will be no day, there will be no night, and then you remove the element of the sun and all of that, then God said Israel will cease from being a nation.
Wow.
Wow. In AD 70, Jesus predicted that Israel would be scattered, because he said, you rejected me, then you'll be scattered. And what happened? AD 70, General Titus came into Jerusalem, killed them. The Christians has left because God ministered to them. You can read in Josephus' history. And they left. Israel became a nation again after almost 2,000 years in 1948.
Wow.
And that is why it does not matter what happened. You can't kill that nation, because that nation is just to tell you that what God is saying is true. God says, if it is possible to remove the ordinance of the sun so that the sun will not shine, it's possible to remove the ordinance of the moon, or there will be no day and night. Then God said, then it is possible that Israel will cease as a nation.
And since those things cannot be done,
Israel. So what other book on earth can be that authentic and powerful?
Wow.
The resurrection of Jesus Christ is an historic fact. Outside of the Bible, it's been proven that it really took place. So what are we saying?
My God, friends, my head is seriously pounding here, seeing such truth revealed about the authority.
So let's not be deceived that it's a white man. Which is a white man? White man? Which white man? This book had its origin in Palestine. It has nothing to do with the white. They were just fortunate. The truth moved from that place, went to Europe, and then went to America. And then a generation that did not even know what their great-great-grandfather did. Yes, true, the Bible has been misused. For example, some people use it even to enslave people, slavery, and justify slavery, which is wrong.
Which is very wrong.
So there are a kind of misinterpretation, misuse of the book.
Oh my
that
God.
does not take away from the fact that the Bible is the authentic word of God.
This is so powerful. Friends, I know you've been blessed by that wonderful revelations from the conversation I've had here with this great man of God, Pastor Emmanuel Ogidolu. I'd like to call you to action right away. The authenticity of the word of God is derived from its characteristics. You can hear my guest said inspiration, the authority, the inerrancy. There's no error in it, and sufficiency. The authority of God's word is also seen in its impact on someone when received and believed on, because it makes for spiritual growth, guidance, evangelism. You heard when he said something about the Bible being so strong in morals and teaching godliness. Therefore, its preservation will be achieved by submitting to the Holy Spirit for proper help and interpretation. It's the Holy Spirit that helps to interpret the Word of God the way God intends it for mankind. Now, guys, when you don't understand anything about the Bible, please ask questions from well-trained pastors and theologians, not any kind of person, you just see people carrying Bible. No, please ask questions from well-trained pastors and theologians, and you'll be guided properly. Sir, many thanks to you
Thank
for
you
coming
the
on the show
opportunity to be
today.
here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. From all of us here at Signature TV, we wish you well.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir.
Wish you all the best too.
All right, my friends, that's my time with Pastor Emmanuel Ogidiolu, the lead pastor of Triumphant Christian Church here in the city of Enugu and beyond. I will see you shortly after this break. Thank you for joining us. This is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. I've been enjoying myself here in the studio, having beautiful conversations. And I have another guest in the building that will be discussing something very important with me, depression, this time around amongst young people, that's teenagers, right? We all know that depression is a complex and multifaceted mental disorder characterized by persistent feeling of sadness, helplessness, and a lack of interest in activities, just like that. This can affect anyone, regardless of the age, background, or status. It doesn't matter who you are. That's why our conversation today will focus on the young people, the teenagers, because it's a growing concern with significant impact on mental health, relationship, and academic performance, all right? Statistics have shown that approximately 1 out of 5 teenagers experience depression at the age of 18 or even less than that age, all right? So to discuss this critical topic with me today is Pastor Mrs. Grateful Itiowe Jonathan, a passionate Christian and a young people's coach, a well-read personality with great portfolio. There's a whole lot to talk about her, a legal practitioner, a global leader, and a committed advocate for holistic well-being and healing. Guys, help me make welcome Pastor Grateful to Gospel Lounge.
Thank
You're
you
welcome,
very
ma'am.
much.
Good to have you.
Thank you so much.
Good to have you.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. I want to just shoot in your experience as a coach and leading the young ones. What do you think will be? What's your take? What's your take on this rise of depression among young people?
Well, the reality of it is that it's alarming.
Okay.
It's an alarming situation and it's real. And the challenge is that we're not talking about it enough. We're not having conversations around it enough. So that's kind of making it kind of downplay how badly it's eating into the system.
Okay.
I feel that if we're having more awareness of the fact that this thing is eating and creeping into our economy, into our growth, into our churches, into our schools, that when we see that, okay, this is a problem, this is a challenge, that we will now be able to arise and deal with it with the attention that it deserves.
Yeah.
So I would say, yes, it's real, it's happening, and we need to do something about it urgently.
I agree with you, but the next question I want to ask you is very troubling. And should I say who is responsible or what are responsible for this? Because it doesn't just happen. And depression is not just an automatic thing that just happens just from anywhere.
Well, there's no one cause for depression or why it's happening. It's kind of holistic in the sense that you have the family pressure.
Yeah.
It could come from family pressure.
Okay.
It could come from school, academics, jam scores, strikes. It could come from economic situations. It could come from social media. It's a very big challenge now. They didn't like my post. I'm depressed about it. You know, so there's not one cause for depression. So it's a case of there are so many factors teaming up to create this big monster, and it could be a collation, a collaboration of so many factors in one particular person's life, and in some other people it could just be one reason. You know, so there's the family issues. There's even the fact that the church has not come to recognize that this is a plague, that this is a challenge, this is a situation, this is an illness, this is a problem. The society has not come to understand that we're having these issues. Okay, so the fact that we have not also come to realize that, okay, this is sickness, and to know that, okay, we need to cure it, or we need to have give it the necessary attention, means that it will keep happening, and nobody will know it's happening, if you get what I mean. Because when you realize that, okay, there is a challenge here, and you start to work on it, then you know that it will kind of reduce the fact that we have acknowledged it helps us reduce the pain or the challenge in ways that we can. But the fact that we've not even acknowledged it is also a problem to why it keeps rising.
And the fact that we've not acknowledged it is a serious concern for me now. I want to drag this down to an angle. Because you said something that the fact that we have not acknowledged it, it means we are not paying attention. Now, as it has to do, let's start from the family. Let's start from the family. You mentioned the family as one of the places where these things can come from. Some parents, is it, okay, for instance, during the last JAMB examinations, a young chap took his life, you know, because of the score, or there's a disappointment somewhere. And then I'm just trying to figure inside my head what actually happened. This could come, maybe the father will say, if you get back home here with a very poor result, what are we going to do to you? And then getting to know their score. Something started happening, and then they can't take it. They know the, you know, consequences, or maybe what they are going to face about that. Now, my question is, what do we do from the family circle to check this?
So the family has a very critical role, because before the child or young person will leave home or would go to school to meet the pressure of school, they will come from home. Before they will go to church, they'll come from home. Wherever it is they are going to in the society, they are coming from home. So the family is the first institution that can help us tackle this. And one of the ways is for parents to reduce the amount of pressure they place on their children. And pressure could be a form of praise, in the sense that the parents may not even say, oh, if you come here with a bad result, I'll deal with you. It could be, oh, I know you, I trust you, you cannot disappoint me. You're your father's blood, your mother's, you know, all these amazing praises that we give children. And the child, it has so entered the child that the child does not want to disappoint that expectation. That if they come with anything less, they feel like, oh, I've disappointed my daddy who trusts me so much, who believes in me. So sometimes it's not always negative. Sometimes it could be even the praises that are creating the pressure in the child. So it's for us to now, as parents, find the balance. How much praise, how much pressure, how much conversation is healthy? Can my child come home with a bad result and know that I'm still proud of you? Can my child come home with an okay result and know that I'm still proud of you? You know, so finding that balance is very, very critical. Interestingly, the story you just told about the child that committed, the lady that committed suicide, a 19-year-old, the father, from all I read, was very supportive, at least reasonably supportive. As a Nigerian father, he was quite supportive. And I read the story, and somewhere down the line, I read where the father said, she's very intelligent, go to her primary school, go to her secondary school. They would say of how intelligent she is, she's the one who has been raising up my name. You know, so I was just imagining, could it be that that child was feeling, so now I will now bring down daddy's name? You know, and honestly, that is what every parent wants, right? A child that will bring up their name. You know, but sometimes we unconsciously pass on pressure to these young people that we never realized we thought we were praising them.
This is very critical. Just before I let you go, because I've been given the signals that we don't have so much time. What would be your recommendation this time around, this time from the government?
Okay, so before coming here, we tried an exercise of calling the hotlines that we saw.
Okay.
And it's like, okay, how many of these hotlines actually work? Okay, and it's like they're not enough. There are not many there, but the government can help us create awareness. And I don't want to talk of the government alone. The churches can create awareness. We should not see it as some spiritual lack of something. The way we can say a Christian has headache and has malaria, we should be able to say that a Christian can have depression and now walk with the person through the process of finding healing. We could have more trained Christian counselors, and the government can also sponsor those counselors. We should have more mental health awarenesses that the government can also sponsor. The government can sponsor pastors to go for specific training in counseling. It's not about saying, I got this realization, I used to think, oh, I was a counselor, until I had a reason to be circled by so many people with mental health challenges, and I realized I didn't have the right tools. And I had to take courses on them. So we need people that are equipped with the right tools to handle specific issues like depression. It's not like your normal average snap out of it, you're going to be fine, go and sleep and wake up, go and eat. No. We'll see so many people in scripture, Elijah, Moses, Jonah, that had despair, sadness, and were kind of on the brink of giving up. But somehow they walked with God, they walked with people of God, and they were able to come back up.
Wow.
So it's a process, and we need more people equipped with the knowledge to help our young people to stand up, to rise up, and to win and thrive over the causes of depression.
My God, this is very, 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 very strong, and I know you are picking a whole lot of this. It's a grateful. This will be a very serious, continuous conversation, because I'm going to invite you again, and we're going to go deeper into this. Just because of our time, I'm going to let you go. Friends, these young people are really the future we desire to see, and to do that, we owe a great duty and responsibility to guide and to guard them as they develop. It is said that a good family builds a great society and nation at large. So parents and guardians, do well to nurture your words in the fear of the Lord, teaching them life principles and ethics that is godly and sustainable. Let every platform, just like she's saying, an organization, even the government policies, create a conducive and a mind-restoring atmosphere to avoid some grievous psychological situations in order to save and secure our young people. I must thank you. Thank you. I don't feel like letting you go, but I just have to let you go. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you very much, sir.
From all of us here, we wish you well in all you do.
Thank you very much.
And to you, my wonderful audience, thank you for being there. Keep following us on all our social media handles. Like, comment, and share, and let us know how well we will serve you better. Till I come your way next time, my name is Victor Chief Judge. Bye for now.
Brain Builders Youth Development Initiative in Abuja has launched a report on technology, artificial intelligence, and civic engagement in Africa, revealing that Nigeria hosts more than 80 of the nearly 300 civic technology platforms identified across Africa. Programs Director of Brain Builders Youth Development Initiative, Halima Olufade, said despite Nigeria's leadership in civic technology, most platforms still have limited use of artificial intelligence tools. The report also revealed that only 49 of the civic technology products surveyed across Africa were genuinely AI-driven, according to the organization. Mobile phones, SMS, and USSD platforms remain the most accessible civic engagement tools for millions of Africans without reliable internet access.
Nigeria and across Africa. We ride to AI digital strategies with citizens at the center. Stop treating technology as an end in itself. Name the structural problems that limit participation, such as inequality, exclusion, distrust, weak institutions, and address them directly. To civic technology developers, design for the citizens you actually have, not the citizens you wish you had. Build for SMS and USSD as deliberately as you build for the web. Localize. The most beautiful dashboard is worthless if it cannot reach the people whose life it is meant to improve. To donors and development partners, fund the unfashionable work. Digital literacy programs do not photograph as well as launch events. Policy advocacy moves more slowly than product development. But without these foundations, civic technology stays a parade of pilots that never scale. Invest in the boring work that makes the exciting work possible.
Director of the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, Dr. Elizabeth Douglas, said Nigeria's recent global recognition in digital governance shows the country's growing role in promoting transparency and citizen partnership through technology. She, however, called for stronger government partnership with young innovators and civic technology organizations.
All the promise of technology in civic life, government engagement with youth-led innovation remains too often episodic, limited to consultations rather than co-creation, to applause rather than active partnership. If these two OGP awards mean anything, they must mean that Nigeria is now ready to go further. Sustainable nation building cannot happen without government choosing deliberately and consistently to partner with its citizens, in this case, especially with young people and the organizations that serve them, not just as beneficiaries to be managed, but as architects of the future that we all say we want. That means resourcing youth-led civic technology. It means embedding youth organizations in policy design from the onset, not after decisions have already been made. It means treating Nigeria's Open Government Partnership National Action Plan as a living accountability instrument, one with real traceable commitments attached to it. The framework exists. What is required now is the political will to fully inhabit it.
Representing the Director General of National Information Technology Development Agency, Abdullahi Abubakar, said artificial intelligence presents both opportunities and risks for governance and public engagement. He noted that Nigeria is developing ethical guidelines for the use of AI focused on accountability, transparency, and inclusion.
I strongly believe that Africa must not merely consume emerging technologies, we must actively shape how they are governed, deployed, and aligned with our developmental realities and values. Nigeria has continued to take deliberate steps in this direction. Through the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy, the agency is working to position Nigeria as a leading African hub for responsible AI innovation, research, talent development, infrastructure, and governance. We are also currently developing the Nigeria's guideline for the ethical development and deployment of artificial intelligence, which is anchored on principles such as accountability, transparency, human oversight, safety, data protection, fairness, and risk-based approach to AI adoption.
Stakeholders at the event agreed that Africa must move beyond merely consuming emerging technologies and instead develop systems and policies that reflect the continent's realities, cultures, and democratic aspirations. In Abuja, Chimize Zadima reporting for Signature Television.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Good day, Nigerians. Good day, our viewers. This is Signature Television Unscripted. Today we are going to look at what is going on with the Presidential Promotion Investment Council, the controversies surrounding the establishment of that agency. And you ask yourself, if the agency is described as phantom, the implication is that we may have several phantom agencies that had, over the years, found their ways into the national budget. We look at the issues surrounding the establishment of these I don't want to call it a phantom agency. You know, if you get to know the circumstances surrounding the emergence of that agency. Then we are looking at luckily, the 46 abducted school children and teachers in Onire local government, in 3 schools in Onire local government area of Oyo State, have been rescued by our gallant armed forces. 56 days, they stayed for 56 days in captivity. And do we need to stay that long? Did they need to stay that long before they were rescued by our soldiers, by our policemen, by vigilante people? What does it tell about security in Nigeria? And if we have time, we look at the implications of establishing a state, state police. My name is Mike Obani, and with me in the studio to do justice to these issues. On my far right is Dr. Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. And our chieftain here, Chief Christian Maduka, you're welcome to the program. Chief Maduka.
Thank you very much. You don't give me too many big shoes so that I will find it difficult to fill it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you, our viewers. It's going to be an exciting moment. It's going to be an exciting discussion. So let's get back to Dr. KJ. Let's get back to this phantom. Like I said, I don't want to call it a phantom agency, because if you look at the issues surrounding, even the Secretary of the Federal Government was involved in, applying for writing to the EFCC to allocate offices at the Federal Secretariat to this agency. So is that a manifestation, a reflection, Dr. Ukeje, from what you have heard over this issue, can that be a reflection of our budgeting process? Is it possible that, a national budget, in a national budget, a phantom agency, a phantom ministry, a phantom department could find its way into the national budget? And you remember, it's an executive bill, an executive appropriation bill submitted by the president. In other words, the president would have seen everything in that budget proposal before presenting it to the National Assembly. Okay? The president signed the budget into law. I mean, is it not surprising that a phantom agency can find its way into the national budget without the president knowing, without the chief of staff knowing, without the minister of finance knowing? What do you make out of this development?
Well, there is something that policymakers recommend. It's called consolidation of government. If you consolidate government, you reduce the size of government. One of our problems is the size of our government. You see, that agency is called council. It's not called commission. It's commissions that are authorized by written law. But agencies, council, program, they create these things anyhow. The tax body, the body that generated the tax bill, that is controversial, we don't know the correct version of the law. It was a council, and the president's office set it up without authorization from anybody. And they were being paid. They may not have a budget head independently, but they are being paid, and huge sum of money was provided for them. And that council remains after the chairman has been made a minister.
Yeah.
It is the way things are run in Nigeria. But more to the point is authorization that the supposed council should hire staff, provision of office space in a federal secretariat. You know why this thing came out? The man made the mistake of convening a meeting of ambassadors to Nigeria, ambassadors in Nigeria. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs then raised the alarm. Maybe if the Minister of Foreign Affairs was from the same tribe or nation or ethnic group with the president, he will not raise the alarm. He may even go to the president or tell the chief of staff, I want to see the president, and they will say, File, leave it. And that would have ended the matter. Because for the ambassadors to respond meant that they knew that that council existed with authorization. But, like I said, every large government leaves leakages. Leakages. And when you have people from the same community running a government of a diverse community, conspiracy, do as you like, take what you want, becomes the order of the day. And you can see that there are reports that the man is recanting. He said, I did it for this purpose, and then his father was arrested. But all these commanders of militants, their parents are being funded by the government. The Boko Haram person, the mother is living in Yobe, and is protected by the military. But this one now, they arrested the father. It's one former chief of army staff, Salih Ibrahim, is dead now. I think he's #1 in NDA. He said, when he was retiring, he said that the Nigerian army has become an army of anything goes. Nigeria has become a country of anything goes. The constitution and rules mean nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
So, it's not surprising.
Yeah. You also, Mr. Madoka, you also feel that it's not surprising.
The country of, if somebody who has served in the army at the level Salihu served, may God rest his soul, can leave that parting shot, that anything goes. It means that anything goes in the different sectors of Nigeria life. But, you know, I thank God for Dr. Ukeje, who even opened up the processes of even certain things happening in Nigeria. Nigerians are people who live in total blackout. The government do not talk with the people. The government talks to Nigerians. We don't know how agencies are formed. They only meet together, do that. It's only now that even accepting for the first time that I'm learning how these things happen. But the Dogo Trenching does not solve the fact that PFIPC existed with empowerment from one of the major arms of Nigerian government, whether it's the presidency. Because we see a lot of organizations, when you see even their plate numbers say the presidency, they can call it anything. But in everything that happens in Nigeria or in the world generally, there is always one day when the air will blow and the people will see the backside of the chicken. This is one of it. Because beyond the fact whether, because when you started, I was like almost stopping you short of saying, it's like Mr. Bani, you are now part of it. Who says that PFIPC is phantom? If it is phantom, then everything about us is phantom. Both the government, the people, the Senate, everything must be phantom. The chief, the secretary to the government, the Bajamila, the chief of staff, everybody that has involved, the president, secretary, the president of the Senate of Nigeria. That means we are running a phantom life and phantom governance. These are people who were creatively sat down, created PFI, and he was doing whatever he's doing. They did not, like you said, find time to clean it up and go follow the normal process. And so many organizations like that may be existing. Somebody said, I saw from unverified source, that we have over 32 agencies like that existing, that they created as conduit pipe of doing what they call incognito governance. That's the governing by underground. Putting it as conduit pipe to sieve Nigerian money. 1.3 billion as budget in national budget of Federal Republic of Nigeria, presented by the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria to the Nigerian National Assembly, and they signed. Only now, you say it's phantom. I've used this word somewhere where Zebediah Okoligwe will say, it's not phantom. It's what people who are saying phantom, they mean to say is foul. It does not exist. There is something wrong that I've advised, that they began to organize themselves to kill it before it blows or more bad air to Nigeria. The international committee is watching us. Means that even if we are talking about Yahoo and scamming that the Nigerian people are known for internationally, there are some agencies from Nigerian office of the presidency that will write to foreign government. They want to say, is this one phantom or foul, or whether these are messing up the image of this country. Furthermore, we don't want to go into what so many people have said. You have office at the National Secretariat, you have budget, you have a mobilization fee of 240 billion to start up that organization, 300 staff, paid by government from civil service, everything, accounting, central bank. What are we talking about? I mean, there are certain things you don't say. It gets you, it not makes you feel that, are you okay? Is this thing happening? Is it a dream? Like you said, living in phantom world.
Yes, gentlemen, you see, the presidency or the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has set up, asked the ICPC to look into the matter and giving the ICPC 30 days to unravel the circumstances surrounding, the existence of these phantom agency.
You keep using the word phantom.
So what, Dr. Ukeje, I mean, what do you expect from ICPC as far as its, directive from the president is concerned. Do you expect ICPC to come out to say this is a phantom agency, or do you expect ICPC to name those surrounding those involved in the establishment of this council or agency? Or what do you expect from the ICPC?
Well, if I got the directive given correctly, they are asked to investigate the person they are accusing of raising a fake agency. They didn't ask the ICPC to investigate those who caused it, or the a priori. Because the way our government is organized on paper is that it is the National Assembly that should investigate it and cause a hearing. If they take the bill submitted by the president, the budget bill, they look at it. The first thing they should do is to call the Director of Budget, Federal Ministry of Finance. This line item was here. Who submitted it?
Yeah.
Did you send a budget? Those are elementary questions you should ask, but you don't investigate yourself. These are just, It's not. That's not how to investigate matters.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the United States. We watch. It's an open government. You see how they interrogate their presidents all the time, including those who are in the same party with him. They speak out, but you can be sure that if the 300 people were employed, the National Assembly members or their leaders will get share in the employment, because that's how they do things. It's not. And come to think of it, as Chris said, if you go around in ENUGU here now, actually, if you go to the state secretariat, there is a road from that passes in front of the old Nitel.
Yeah, yeah.
It is said to be sponsored by the Nigerian Border Agency. Border is ENUGU at the border of Lagos, inside Enugu city. A road is supposed to be tarred by the border agency, and it was attracted by a member of the National Assembly.
Why did they take it to Obola for places like Obola?
I mean, you're already asking that question. But if you go around, you will see that agency executing phantom projects or phantom agency. If you go to Independence Layout towards the new Artisan, you will see a program of about 4 satellites, solar lights. They say it's sponsored by the Nigerian Post Authority, attracted by somebody. So I think Salihu Ibrahim had left Nigeria just like Signaturetv. Achebe said there was a country. Many people focus on Biafra, but there was a time when you could not do anything. If you come to the bank to open an account in the name of government, you have to bring a letter from the accountant general. If you submit it, the bank will go back to the office of the accountant general to investigate that they were the people that issued it.
Gentlemen, let's move forward. I mean, I've heard some people say that Nigeria is a huge joke, and this kind of development makes me feel or agree that Nigeria is a huge joke, like one of us mentioned here. There may be such phantom agencies, existing in the country, and that have found their ways into the national budget. And perhaps that's why it's been difficult for this administration to execute the 2024 budget, 2025 budget. We are in 2026. We are still executing 2024. Is that not laughable? I mean, we've not experienced this kind of a thing before. And I want to believe that it's because the budget is heavily padded. I want to believe that agencies that do not exist, find their ways into the budget. But I hope that one day there will be a cleanup of our system, and the money that is going into private hands will now be recovered and used for public good. Let's look at the rescue of 46 pupils and teachers of 3 schools abducted by the terrorists in 3 schools in the Oniro local government area of Oyo State. They were there for 56 days, and does that? Looking at the number of days that they spent in captivity, and then looking at the strength of the Nigerian armed forces, the army, the police, other agencies, do you think, Mr. Maduka, that it ought to have taken such number of days to get these people rescued?
Thank you, Mr. Bani. There's this story I was told when I was young. They say tortoise was kept in captivity for 24 or 30, more than 20 days. And it was the last day they were making an arrangement to release tortoise. And tortoise get worried and say, "Come on, remove me for this place is smelly." You remember that the Chibok girls are still in captivity. We remember that it's not only your children that are in captivity. As we are talking, there are children in captivity in Borno for more than... There are people who are in captivity that are not even known in the hands of bandits and terrorists that are ranging for over... Some of them are stayed for 6 months. So let's leave about duration. Let's look at the success that are meant by the combined security agency now. That is what should be, because if we are looking, we leave the success they achieved, look at the distance, whatever long it takes them to prove themselves that we still have security agencies in Nigeria, we give them kudos. Because you get to a point where we were losing all hopes that everything Nigerian government and the security agency are overwhelmed. Now, I've proved, said in other platforms that that they call it the Agama lizard. Agama lizard said if he does not behave like Agama lizard, children will eat Agama lizard in rainy season and dry season. So the security agencies have started beefing up to show that they are really security agencies with all the power given to them by the federal government of Nigeria to at least show signs that we start to raise a trust for that such agencies. They are combined agencies of security in Nigeria. So we need to pop champagne for them and say kudos to them. May God, who have granted them this strength to score this result, whatever it took, may He continually guide them, keeping them to achieve more results, rescue more people in captivity, and then think about how to even stop. Because there's no need to get people in captivity and go into negotiation. Why not nip the whatever it is at the board? Let it not grow into this monster that we get into this where we have to get to where we lose a teacher by beheading and a child dying because he cannot survive the stress, and many of them will come back. Only God knows when they take the truth. I've said in another platform that if these children are released now, they saw their teacher beheaded in a blood, how are we going to rehabilitate their psyche? What is going to wipe it in their memory all their life? Some of them are still tender, some as young as 4 years. They will live with this monster in their mind for the rest of their life. One day, when they become the monster itself, because they saw monster for 56 days, and it's enough for monster, for those who are in arts, for you to enter character. It's enough for the monster to enter them and remain there all the days of, unless when you release them, yes, we thank God, then you release them from the monster by rehabilitation, psychological and traumatic, rehabilitation. We talked about rehabilitating the repented bandits, and I've said let's also match it with rehabilitating those who has passed through that hell of experience to become modern human beings. I think it's a good result. We thank God. We need more of this result to begin to build confidence for Nigeria security platform apparatus.
Yeah, Dr. KJ, I mean, one thing that, I just struck me, was the statement made by the governor of your state, brother Makinde, who said that he declared for presidential aspiration today, and the next day these children and these pupils and teachers were abducted. I mean, do you think that abduction has any political undertone? I mean, do you think it was engineered by the opposition? And when I say the opposition, I mean the ruling government, to put Governor Makinde in a very bad light, given the fact that, he declared for presidential ambition. You think it was politically motivated? I mean, the abduction of those children and people and their teachers.
I think whoever said it is also part of the problem. When we say that Nigeria has become a country of anything goes, it is because those who are given offices to operate the Constitution as established have veered off, taking care of themselves. There is a prophet in the Bible, Amos. Many people don't hear about him. But he said that the people who are supposed to be shepherds are now eating the sheep. The former governor of Borno State, Modu Sheriff, recently he attacked Obi, that he destroyed the mosque, that he's unelectable. When people who are prominent generate hate, what do you expect the other people to do? So these things we see, they come from the leaders. As I was coming here, I saw about 5 men in khaki uniform from the Ministry of Transport holding somebody in the middle of the road around the old zoo. If you want to make ENUGU a business-friendly environment, do you have to be rough in enforcing traffic regulation? One of the things that make for rule of law is that the law must be known. You make the law known. You keep signs. These people who are supposed to enforce it should make themselves visible to discourage disobedience.
Sometimes they hide somewhere.
Even the Federal Road Safety Commission, what they do is to stay at a sharp bend so that you don't see them.
Yes.
So those are gradations of intimidation and banditry. This one is open. Around the city, you will see people holding sticks on road. I don't know what they are enforcing.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. Chris was talking about multiplicity of agencies. In the police, this police that is supposed to be reorganized now, you will find multiplicity of task forces. The Inspector General of Police makes himself the only policeman. He can send people to Bayelsa to go and arrest somebody. But the law says, if somebody offends you, criminal law, you go to a police station and make a report. If the desk officer considers that there is merit in what you are saying, he will make entry in a diary and cause the person you are complaining about to be invited, not arrested. If there is evidence that a crime has been committed, the person will be asked to make a statement. Then a senior officer will consider it and see whether the matter can be resolved or taken to court. But these things have been abolished. You have almost 40 top-ranking police officers working in the office of the IG as staff officers. They themselves have become commanders. They reduce commissioners of police in states to nothing. They can arrive and say that we are IG team of so. Even the commissioners in states create the same monsters. They go to local government areas, ask the DPO, where are you? Carry people, You know, you detain somebody, they release. You don't detain somebody, they ask you to detain the person. So it's, I mean, we are in hell. Any day you wake up from your own house, you are lucky.
Yeah, let's not look at the Oyo abduction in isolation as far as, political involvement is concerned. Mr. Maduka, do you think the insecurity, that has, has now become uncontrollable, seemingly uncontrollable in Nigeria, is politically motivated? Do you see the hand of Esau and the voice of, Jacob in there?
I sat for the last 2 years analyzing newspaper headlines in Nigeria. I have gotten to know or see or read about several things about insecurity in Nigeria. We have read the economic motivation in insecurity in Nigeria. We have read about political motivations in insecurity in Nigeria. We have read about the real religious motivations in insecurity in Nigeria. We have read about the ordinary ones who have decided they are bandits and terror that they come out to so if we put them together. We have read about the bad governance motivated insecurity in Nigeria, hardship, hunger, political, religious. So you see they have created multi-headed monster. And then, the Igbo says, like I always say, if you want to stop fight, if Chris and Mike Obama want to fight, you want to stop it, let Dr. Ukeje first of all not allow me to push you. Because once I push you, you want to push back. So the first thing you do is do not allow push. Because if you allow push and you stop the other person from pushing back, you'll be accused of being tribalistic or biased. Now, Nigeria allowed this to grow into this monster, and people started seeing openings to come. There is even tribal profiling to insecurity. There is a lot of things political. If I know that if I do this in your state, I can put diversion. So it's not ruled out. To answer your question directly, there are some political, whether there is political motivation indirectly or your own, is what I cannot establish. The security agencies and all the people involved in the investigation and all, we can tell us. But there may be insinuations, because if this thing has happened in the recent past and it happened in recent present, you can do analysis and say it looks like maybe. So it's the people that will need to stand out and tell people, no, there is nothing like that, or this is just pure act of violence motivated by bandit and terrorism, which has happened in so many places. But let me say that it is not because the most people have lost trust. I have also told you my experience, and then Nigerians lost trust in political leadership of Nigeria because they believe anything, like we have established here. Nigeria is a place where anything can happen. So you don't rule out anything. So anything you hear, you begin to analyze it, and anything you give your attention grows. So people have seen that you can even use political motivation to push insecurity, and it works for them, and they go home scot-free. So people are using different motivations. People are using different interests to make insecurity. The worst, the ultimate is that Nigerian wretched of the earth, the masses like us, are suffering the result of it all. Because they say, when two elephants are fighting, the grasses suffer. So when the political elephants in Nigeria, the economic elephants, religious elephants, or whatever elephants that are fighting, as far as they remain elephants, it's only the 240 million Nigerians, if we are still up to that number, that are suffering it. So it's not ruled out.
Mr. Maduka, you talked about the existence of elephants, and those elephants are still there. Yet we are talking about the establishment of state police.
Yes.
Do you think, Dr. KJ, do you think the state police, establishment of state police, is an answer to the insecurity, or will be an answer to the insecurity in Nigeria? What can the state police do to either reduce or eliminate entirely insecurity in Nigeria? Do they have that kind of force? Are we expecting any good results from the state police when it is established?
Looking at what we already have and where we are coming from, it will worsen insecurity. I was a child when we had the Native Authority Police, they call it NA.
Is it the ones they call Kotoma?
They all originated from the Hausa Constabulary, which the British used to conquer many places. Eventually, when they set up courts, then you had court messengers. The character has been the same all along till now, and it's getting worse. The Eastern region cannot be more efficient than the state governments.
Yeah.
Just apart from Abia, just go around the southeast. Go to any state secretariat and see whether you can find work going on. If you go to the licensing office in ENUGU here, you will see mother, child, nanny operating there. Instead of giving you a slip to go to the bank and pay for your motor vehicle license or whatever, they will ask you to bring the money and pay it into their own account so that they will generate receipt for you. And you will pay them commission. So it is a privatized enterprise. You go to the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Education, you must have had the Minister of Education talking about reform of the 6334 system.
Yeah.
But we have a National Council on Education where all the states and the federal government discuss things before they are done. The scripture. They ask, cannot promote particular crops. As a young man, I knew that there was the World Bank financed a program to introduce rice production in East Central states. They had places in Ohafia, in Aguata, in Omo, you know. Oh man, he's late now. Dr. Robert Achike. He was an agronomist. When you see him, you know that he's a serious person. No, you don't hear of anything. When Tim Mobedo was the governor, we had a Professor Ekbete, you know, they had cooperatives. There was a lecturer in Nsukka who was well known for cooperatives. Now you don't hear, everything is president, governor, senior president, no more. All others are sheep without shepherd. So my understanding is that if you want to have state police, you just amend the constitution and say there shall be a state police. Even local government. Yeah. And their responsibility shall be as follows. But this one, they are packaging bill, and that they want to, because they have seen that the constitution will not be amended, they now want to enact a law saying there shall be state police so that they can arrest their opponents.
Mr. Wataka, do you think the state police issue will be a reprieve to us? Will reduce insecurity? You know, because talking to someone who lived in the United States, you know, of America for over 20 years, where, you know, they practice this state police, he did say that yes, there exists state police in the United States. Another, you know, police outfits. You know, you have the federal police, you have state police, and the council, you know, county police, and all that. But one issue, you know, where he was concerned was the issue of recruitment. We are talking about state police in Nigeria. We borrow the system of government that we operate in presently from the United States of America, the presidential system of government. Yet, we don't really follow, you know, the principles of presidential system. We pick, we choose, you know, the ones that we like. We are talking about state police, and the impression we've gotten, you know, from, you know, the presidential, from the presidency and all that, is that, you know, indigenes of the state will form the state police. Okay? So when you have state police, when it is promulgated into law, it means that in Enugu state, only indigenes of Enugu State, okay, can find their ways or can be recruited into the state police system. But it's not so in the United States. You know, if I'm from Abia State, and having lived in Enugu State, okay,